Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hey, Jules. Kia ora. Kia ora, everybody. Welcome. Hey. 9-inch toenails. Welcome. Baby walk. Hey, Street Smarts. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Come on in. Come on in, friends. God damn. Hey, Ann. Hey, I can't surf good. Hey, Doug. Welcome. Scary. Kia ora. Salam. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, it's so good to see all of you. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Today is a big one. It's going to be split into 2 lives today. Never been this early. Well, welcome. We're going to be splitting it out into 2 lives today. So we've got, in the morning live, we're going to try and cover Colombia, Iran, and climate change before Francesca Hong comes on. Francesca Hong's, the polls close at 1 p.m. New Zealand time, so I want to keep an eye on that one. I think Francesca Hong's election is quite a biggie. It's quite a biggie, everybody. What a biggie! Oh, damn! You never seen me this early. Hey, Lisa! What up, Lisa? What up? Just a quick update on Ginger, actually. Ginger's doing really well. Ginger's doing really well. He's recovering. He's pooing solid poos. So on Friday is a big day because he gets his stitches off. And he gets his feeding tube off as well. So I will definitely have another live with Ginger just to give you all an update. He's doing well though, guys. He's doing really well. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for all of your help on that one. Like, it really helped us, especially with the deposit and things. Otherwise it would have been pretty hard. So I just want to let you guys know that you helped us a shitload, and I appreciate all of you. It was unreal. People came together so quickly. I just gobsmacked, really. We're just happy to have Ginger. Hey, Kautar. Hey, Hook. Welcome, everybody. We're just so glad to have him. He's such a good boy. Come on in, folks. Let's get in. Okay. They are our children, yeah. Oh, heck yeah! It's. I don't know what. Like, just imagining him not being there for that little bit of time was pretty scary. It was heart-wrenching. Hey, Sophia, welcome. And then you just think about places like Gaza and Palestine and stuff. They've lost everything, like just such a small thing for us can cause such pain. And you just think like the amount of pain Palestinians must be in. Okay. I just want everyone to understand that today is I'm at 1 p.m. New Zealand time. It's 10:30 a.m. right now. At 1 p.m. New Zealand time, I will switch over to the Francesca Hong elections. I'll switch over to Francesca Hong's elections. But for now, we're going to get through the news. I'm hoping to get through a couple of topics. We're going to start off with the earthquake in Colombia. But, yeah, sit back, everybody. Morena, kia ora, haremai. I will please sit back, enjoy. And, yeah, we'll have some good discussions today. I've been away for a week. How is Ginger doing? I hope all is well. Yeah, he's almost back to himself, Sophia, but we're not out of the woods yet. Kia ora, my clothes brush. We're not out of the woods yet because he's got to get his stitches and his feeding tube out, which will be this Friday. But he's doing really well. He's everything. His gut is working perfectly. He's pooing. He's almost back to himself, but we just don't want to be, we just want to be cautious. But fingers crossed, everything goes well. Mike is a bit hot on TikTok. I see. Is this better? Is this better? Is this better? Are we better? All right. Thank you. Thank you, my clothes brush. Okay, let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it. That census, my clothes brush, is exactly what I'm talking about. That census you just saw, that's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, Colombia earthquake, death toll climbs with more feared trapped. Let's get into it.
A desperate search for survivors were long
Morning, Kelly.
night. And then at 3:57
Afternoon, sorry.
a.m. Rescue workers find life under the debris. These men ask if they have found his grandmother too. They say they don't
Yo,
know.
Epstein Files, welcome.
The window for finding more people alive is closing quickly, and everyone knows it. The people of Cali tear away debris with their bare hands or whatever they can find. There is no time to wait for specialist machinery or experts. It's now or never. These scenes were playing out across several Colombian cities overnight. Here in Pereira, workers call for silence. Straining to hear any sounds of people below the rubble.
Hey, T minus. Did you guys see that yesterday? Like basically after the earthquake had happened in Colombia, people literally after that, Colombia announced that it recognizes Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Like bodies were just the earthquake had just happened and bodies were still like fresh being taken out of the rescue workers hadn't even started, and this was the release from the Colombian government, was the recognition of the Golan Heights as belonging to Israel. What a fucking mess, bro. It's such a mess. Latin America is about to be completely overrun. This is the Donroe Doctrine, everybody.
Then the search continues. As the sun rose, we drove through the battered streets. It's eerily quiet. There's a curfew in place. Pereira is only 35 miles from the epicenter of this earthquake. Many of these buildings had no chance. A woman asked the security guard if he knows about some of her relatives. He tells her only one man has been pulled alive.
No puede ser.
Pero sí, señor.
Like so many relatives, she's told to ask elsewhere. No one seems to have the answers.
Humberto, si escucha, haga bulla.
We met Mario down the street. He's searching for his uncle Humberto, who lived on the second floor. He shouts through the cracks.
Humberto.
There is little help in Pereira. Last night we were working until 3 a.m. with some machinery, but we need more help.
This is one of the most affected
Yeah,
areas
T-Man,
in
it's very
Pereira,
odd.
a city of nearly 500,000
Hey,
people.
Frost, welcome.
Only in this
Est,
barrio,
how are you?
several bodies have been discovered, but help still short, and the neighbors are working against the clock to find their relatives. In the meantime, family members do what they can. Jorge González knows his aunt is somewhere under the rubble. But without proper equipment to lift these huge slabs of concrete, he feels hopeless.
We haven't been able to pull her out, but we believe she is dead now. I just want to be able to access her apartment so I can find her body and all our memories so I can rest.
Colombia's new president Abelardo de la Espriella posted his travels to Pereira on social media. When he arrived, he promised government support for those who lost their houses. But for Javier, he needs practical support, and right now. He tells these soldiers who just arrived they are useless.
Hey,
to
fighter.
him. He needs heavy machinery if they have any chance of reaching his brother. All he's managed to recover is pictures of them when they were young.
I'm trying to lie to myself and to believe that my brother is alive, but I know it's not likely. I don't know what I'm going to find.
Hope is fading fast for so many families here. Their anguish compounded by no power, no running water, and a real fear of potential aftershocks.
It's so bad that Colombia, like America, is swooping into Latin America right now. While all of this destruction is going, Venezuela also has now reestablished ties with Israel. You can see what's happening. Like, the Donroe Doctrine is in full effect. It's about taking out. It's the same thing. Operation Condor. This is what's happening. Latin America is tacking right again. And people are going to be extremely, extremely pissed off. Even though they've just tacked right. They're going to find out how incredibly useless their government under the boot of Donald Trump is going to be when rescuing them from all of this madness. This earthquake has absolutely destroyed so many lives. It's going to be a big eye-opening moment for people in these areas that the government doesn't actually care about them. This is so sad because there are so many people trapped under the rubble in Venezuela. They're pulling out bodies. In Colombia, yeah, there's going to be people trapped under the rubble, but the government's going to struggle as well. It's just bad, guys. Like, what's happening in Latin America right now and what Donald Trump is doing in Latin America with Marco Rubio. Remember, it's Marco Rubio that's leading the way. He is the brains behind everything that's happening in Latin America right now. It's direct involvement in taking control of these states. I just hope the people in Latin America don't fall for it. This whole Malay concept, the Malay type of governing, where basically they become a vassal state for America, for the United States of America, is kind of the way the whole of Latin America is going right now. It's all an effort to push China out of Latin America and tighten up borders in Latin America to be United States friendly. Salam, Liverpool. Hey, Heather.
In parts of Western Colombia, there is no specialist equipment, no expert teams clearing what were once homes, now mountains of concrete. Instead, there are volunteers and shopping trolleys being used to remove the rubble. They are inside the crucial time window to reach survivors trapped beneath the collapsed buildings. Silence they call for, to listen for the voices of those they must find. And there are reasons to be hopeful.
They pulled a little girl out alive and someone was rescued from the flat on the corner just below. We're going to rescue an elderly woman alive.
But in some cases, it's not below rescuers must look, but above, where families have been confined to their apartments by walls that have fallen around them. How terrifying must the time spent waiting in this building, unsure if it will stay standing, have been, until they were abseiled to safety. When the 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck, Colombians were heading to work and school. They had to watch as the structures once familiar to them were exposed as fragile.
We were on our way to school for drop-off and meet the teacher for the first time for the first day of school. And actually, we were driving, and it felt like I'd blown the front tires out of the car. Suddenly, it just felt like all of a sudden, all the front of the car, the steering went loose and bumpy, and then we knew something had happened, but we weren't entirely sure, because as we were driving to school, there were people running out of buildings and things like that. We got to the gate of the school. School was closed. Go back home. And as we started to go back home, you could start to see the damage.
On the streets of Pereira, the sound of terror.
Yeah, Fida, please. Like, I know where you're getting to with this. But the thing is, this is actually very much against what Trump wants to achieve. If these earthquakes happen, this is not a positive thing for Donald Trump, because the one thing it's going to do is it's going to bring the response into the limelight. And if the government can't respond, America isn't going to give it money to respond. And if the government can't respond to this problem, people are going to be fucking pissed off. And the last thing that Trump's vassal states want is people to be pissed off. So then what? Are they going to crack down? These earthquakes aren't positive for Donald Trump or Marco Rubio. These earthquakes, they may see these earthquakes as taking the opportunity to take more control, but it's not. The people who voted for these people will turn against them if the infrastructure isn't fixed fast enough. And in order to fix that infrastructure, you need a lot of money. So Donald Trump is not going to be looking at this like licking his lips. He's just going to go, okay, now how the heck are we going to keep this going? Remember, maintaining vassal states, maintaining military outposts costs money. Unless a lot of money is invested in those military outposts, it's not going to work. So if America wants to maintain these places as vassal states, they have to ensure that the people in these states are compliant. And that costs money. Do you think with people with broken buildings are going to be like silent for very long if their government doesn't do something? Absolutely not. This is not a good thing for Donald Trump.
Drowned out the tremor, but only for so long. First, there were cracks in the building. Then, parts of the plasterwork fell away. Its structure tried to hold until the shaking earth beneath overpowered it. For some, stability could only be found by clinging to each other. They found safety in numbers here, while history collapsed around them. Colombians were forced to decide whether to seek shelter inside or in some cases scramble for survival from buildings they'd been in moments before. In Cali, not one, but two.
Hey, Aria. Oh,
of the
shit.
city's hospitals, likely to be desperately needed in the coming days, were damaged.
Yeah, so oh my gosh, look at this, guys.
Wards have had to be reassembled outside as casualties arrived. Inside Pereira's international airport, travellers turned to instinct, clutching pillars or hiding under tables they'd just been eating at, while the terminal fell around them. And at the city's university library, the reinforced concrete and brick proved no match for the strength of nature. Now they are left wondering why some buildings remain intact while others crumbled. When the earthquake started, it was already very strong. It seemed like it was not going to end. Everything fell, everything cracked
Hey, Sneaky,
open.
welcome.
In our building,
Kia
water
ora.
was falling over. When we came down, the building next to us was totally collapsed. The country's president was only inaugurated on Friday and faces a natural disaster in his first week in the job. He's deployed rescue teams and military engineers, but there is another problem he must deal with.
There has been looting. Therefore, more than 1,000 security personnel will be deployed to prevent disturbances, a situation that could disrupt public order.
The scale of this earthquake's destruction is emerging. Most Colombians are helping each other in this rescue and recover stage of the aftermath. Ellie Pitt, ITV News.
Yeah, deploying security forces to stop people from looting, like food and all of this stuff, instead of fucking getting them to lift the rubble, is exactly why people will get pissed off. This is what autocrats do. If you install puppets, you've got to maintain puppets. You got to maintain puppets. So America, whatever it does, it's not gonna go well. Hey, Dr. Rowe, yeah. Dog's doing really well. Really well. Friday is the big checkpoint. Stitches come off on Friday and the feeding tube comes off on Friday. So, yeah, Ginger's doing well. Thank you for asking. All right. We will 100% every day check back.
Iran's new supreme leader is reshuffling the country's military leadership and experts.
We'll definitely check back. We'll check back on Colombia as more updates come through. More updates come through. Right now, it's just pulling people out of the rubble for them. It's such a hard time. It's fucking insane. And I've seen messages already. People are starting to see that this new president dude is actually sus as fuck, because I'll show you guys what he did in his first interview. After the earthquake, this is what he did. I showed it yesterday. I hope I can find it quickly here. I showed it yesterday, but he was like, he's a terrible leader, obviously. Puppet, for sure. Here's what he did. So this is a news outlet, and right after the earthquake, the news outlet was about to go to a press conference with El Tigre, the new president, and here's what he was doing at the podium.
Ana Milena, muy buenas tardes. Sí, señora, en este momento se está ubicando el presidente de la República, Abelardo de la Espriella, con parte de su gabinete. Lo acompaña el...
Yeah. He was doing a fucking victory lap. He was taking a victory lap when he I can't show on TikTok. I can only show on Twitch and YouTube. Sharon, apologies, but he's like waving. He's waving. Walaikum assalam, Jujus. He's like waving and doing salutes and things like that. He's such a douchebag. And people are starting to see through already. On his like second fucking day, he does this. So I think I think he's not gonna be particularly popular very quickly. Especially now where he's gonna send out more security forces to protect capital while people are under the rubble. What a douche. Anyway, let's talk about what's happening in Iran or Iran. Yeah, Colombia, yeah. There's been a few developments, but really it's that stalemate again. America does not want to sign up to Iran's demands. It's not going to, because Trump's ego and American imperialism just won't let Iran have this W no matter what. So I don't think this is going to end straight away. I think there is going to be a long period of America rubber banding, going back and forth and not deciding what needs to happen. But yeah, here we are again, just waiting for something to happen. Donald Trump truthing, if that's what you call it, using his Truth Social platform to talk absolute trash while 20% of the world's energy is stuck.
Iran's new supreme leader is reshuffling the country's military leadership, and experts say the promotion of more than a half dozen hardliners to top security positions suggests a more complicated picture for the U.S. The shakeup coming as President Trump says the U.S. and Iran are semi-negotiating. Tehran says no talks are happening at all. Both sides are demanding compensation now as a precondition for talks. Iran is also calling for the withdrawal of all American troops from the region and the release of billions of dollars in frozen assets as a condition for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Let's talk about this now with retired Army Major General Randy Manner. He's a former Deputy Commanding General of the U.S. Third Army in Kuwait. All right, General, what does the shakeup of the Iranian military leadership tell you? The supreme leader has purportedly named an IRGC veteran as national security chief and then elevated these 6 hardliners to top security positions.
It further complicates the entire situation and makes any kind of a reasonable solution to continue to be eluded by both sides.
Saudi Arabia has condemned Colombia's recognition of Israeli sovereignty over occupied Golan Heights. Saudi Arabia has condemned.
The Iranians know that they have the upper hand in terms of the bargaining position. It is my opinion this is going to harden their demands. And of course, we have our own president who is backtracking and now saying that he expects compensation. It is probably true that there are some limited negotiations ongoing, but
Iran might hold out until after the USA midterms to make Trump look bad. Iran will hold out for as long as it has to. Like, Iran will just continue to hold out. Iran is fighting for its survival. America is fighting for greed and imperialism. The Iranian leadership and the Iranian people will see this as an existential threat to their sovereignty and just Iran existing as a sovereign nation. So Iran will just hold out. Iran won't stop. Capitulation. Iran, I believe that the Iranian leadership currently thinks their mindset is capitulating to American demands now is surrender. Like compromising with America at any level is surrender. So I think Iran will hold out as long as it takes. And America will continue to try and get the best outcome because they are still, I think, deluded in thinking that they can topple this Iranian government and make Iran a vassal state. The thing is, China, Russia, they'll support Iran as long as it takes.
Quite frankly, they are probably not substantial. And so again, the world waits.
Yeah, I mean, so tell us where we are right now, because Trump says Hormuz is open, but actual shipping data indicates it very much is not. And Trump says the U.S. is low-keying negotiations with Iran. There's been relatively little military.
Okay, what the fuck is low-keying negotiations? What does that mean? What is low-keying negotiations?
They don't know what the they're doing.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Activity. Are we just seeing this in sort of a waiting game right now?
It's literally a waiting game. You have both sides who are refusing to move, and the Iranians are again in the upper hand. The whole idea that this is about nuclear materials we know to be a complete farce. The president himself said he destroyed that capability 2 wars ago.
Hey Cheryl, hey
and
Trudy.
The problem is the Iranians now have something much more powerful than a nuclear weapon. It's called, they now can control the strait at any point to eliminate, significantly reduce the oil that goes through there. I mean, there are estimates that this is costing the world somewhere between $1 trillion to $3 trillion. And of course, the American share about that is somewhere about
Jeremiah, welcome.
It's
Becky.
shocking how much the negative impact has been on the world because of this venture of our president.
We also learned
Laura,
overnight
hi.
about
Welcome,
the
everyone.
secret
Welcome
plane
in.
switch by the president last month when he was flying out of Turkey for the NATO summit on an alternate military plane as part of an elaborate ruse that was prompted by an Iranian threat. What are the possibilities of the actual scope of that threat?
I will, Trudy. Thank you so much.
It's difficult to
Ginger's
say.
doing really well as well. So.
And why I say it in that way is because the Iranians would, on one side, perhaps want the Trump to be out of being the president. On the other hand, the Iranians also know that with Trump in, quite frankly, they're in significant control of the situation. So I think this, quite frankly, is propaganda on both sides. I think it's the Iranians doing saber rattling.
Oh, Trudy, thank you so much for becoming a super fan. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I've been reading about the right-wing takeover, all U.S. sponsored. This is a new invasion with Israel in tow. Yes. Yes, for sure.
Against the president, it's our president doing saber rattling against the Iranians. I think that the true amount of threat to the president probably is, quite frankly, pretty low. So again, it's so difficult to see or to understand how much you can really trust on either side about what they're saying in public.
Let's talk about how big this war is actually getting here. A Saudi-owned commercial vessel was reportedly struck by a missile while it was moving through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea. The Iran-backed Houthis warned last month that they would target any Saudi ship transiting that strait. They've also claimed other recent attacks, various ones, on Saudi assets.
Hey, Miss Angus,
do you consider
welcome.
this another front in the war at this point? How do you see it?
It's an escalation of the situation in the Middle East. One other very striking development was that Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey signed a pact that an attack against any is an attack against all.
Yeah, so
the Israelis, in my opinion, this is backfiring on them because now they have 3 very powerful Muslim nations that are, quite frankly, united where they were not united previously. And one of them happens to have a nuclear weapon capability. So I think this is getting more and more difficult. It's getting more and more dangerous in the Middle East and, quite frankly, in that entire hemisphere.
Well, we haven't learned enough about what the actual threat was, but certainly they thought it was credible enough to take these extraordinary steps. In reality, I think it may have been the smart move to do based on what information they had. But as Caitlin mentioned a moment ago, it's the decoy thing that bothers me a little bit. There is what's called a duty to warn. You can't use civilians as decoys without letting them know. So there may have been additional options, whether it was delaying the departure of the Air Force One that the president was not on and letting people know what the issue was. But certainly there were steps that needed to be taken to make sure everybody was in the loop as best they could. But at the end of the day, protecting the president is the
guys, if you want to learn about what's happening in Latin America right now, I suggest understanding Operation Condor, a chatter, lava, reality's lava, indicated, like mentioned it in chat a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, maybe a couple of months ago. And yeah, we went into just looking at some documentaries on it. But if you want to understand what's happening in Latin America, understand what Operation Condor was all about, and how Latin America has been coerced into so many different things by Western powers, and why Latin America is the way it is. So these moves happening between left wing, right wing, these are all things that have happened before, and this is a pattern. And Rubio is implementing, or is the lead of this new Donroe doctrine, and he's using that same playbook, right? So very important to, I think, get that bit of context in play. Maybe we'll talk about Operation Condor a little bit more in a live where I specifically focus on it. But it's so important, Operation Condor, with Pinochet and what they were doing at that time, just crazy shit.
The job of the Secret Service.
What the duty to warn? What, there's a duty to warn anybody who may be in harm's way?
Basically,
hey,
yes.
Deb.
Well, certainly civilians. If there's military folks on board, they may not have to be notified. I'm not positive what the ruling on that is. But if you have civilians, they're not. In any case, they're not allowed to be used as decoys for protection purposes.
Colonel Layden, as we said, the Washington Post reports the president was flying in an Air Force C-32A, which is a modified Boeing 757 normally
Yeah, this is with the shipping container. Hey, Matt, how are you?
used to transport government officials. Does that type of plane have the type of security upgrades and defensive countermeasures a traditional 747 Air Force One does? I can't imagine that it would.
Actually, it normally does not, Anderson. So that also raises some interesting questions, because a lot of our reporting concerning Air Force One, the new Air Force One, the old Air Force One, has been based on the security requirements that Air Force One normally brings with it, and also the capabilities, such as the defensive capabilities, as well as things like chaff and other capabilities that the Air Force One, at least in the past, has had. It also normally does not have aerial refueling capabilities, which is something the old Air Force One had. Seldom used, but definitely something that is good to have if the president is going to be in the air for an extended period of time.
Richard, does the effort the Secret Service went to in order to make it look like the president was on the former Air Force One, does that surprise you? I mean, have you seen something like this before?
It doesn't surprise me. Many of the Secret Service people I worked with and in joint operations as well, they uncover every possibility that they can do. I like the catering truck. When Caitlin brought up that they don't normally bring a catering truck to Air Force One, I thought that was interesting. So I'm sure some of the alert people on board thought something was a little unusual that day. But they are going to take every step they have to protect the president, no matter who that person is.
And Colonel Layden, if the C-32A was not using the Air Force One call sign, how many people do you think in the U.S. national security apparatus even knew the president was on that plane?
Very few people, Anderson, would be my guess in this particular case, because normally Air Force One is the call sign that is used when the president is on board a particular aircraft. And in this particular case, they use the call sign Reach 18. And that is a common call sign for military aircraft, U.S. military aircraft. So in this case, the deception was, all the way to include the call
Janine,
sign.
marhaba.
It would make sense in a case like this where
hey,
there is
8-bit supercomputer
Iranian threat that could.
Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Our grand overlords have granted us a day off. The grindstone is on sabbatical. No more grinding teeth on deadlines. It's a public holiday, so I'm pretending I'm not a hamster on a wheel. Welcome. On the shelf. Hello.
Could be exercised through intelligence and their interception of communications. So this is something that showed the thoroughness of their preparation, at least in this instance.
The other thing that's happened is the Houthis are still attacking. The Houthis have become a big problem for Saudi Arabia and America because they are now obviously threatening the Red Sea as well. And yeah, it's freaking a few people out. But here's the latest from the Houthis.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri, and this is the Iran
Hi,
War
Marianne.
Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on the US war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments now. 4 people are killed in an attack by the Houthis in Yemen, the first deadly attack since the start of the Iran war. Donald Trump hid in a catering truck and secretly swapped planes after he left a NATO summit over threats from Iran. And we look at why Iranian MPs want an overhaul of the way subsidized fuel is allocated in the country.
Hey, Roscoe. Kia ora. Welcome, welcome.
4 people have reportedly been killed in an attack by the Houthis in Yemen on a small cargo ship in the Red Sea.
Oh, guys, I just saw the best. This is my tweet of the day now. Hold on. So this person posted the dog tags of 58,307 U.S. soldiers killed during the Vietnam War at the Harold Washington Library Center, Chicago. They posted this. And look at this retweet. Oh, my gosh.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I killed him. He cried like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated. Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I killed him. He cried like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated.
That's from Family Guy, by the way. That scene is from Family Guy. Yeah, someone quote tweeted that whole, 58,307 American soldiers killed, and this is the video that they retweeted with.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I killed him. He cried like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Social media images examined by BBC Verify appear to show a damaged cargo ship in the Bab el-Mandab Strait. They are new images and they show no signs of AI generation. The pictures have also been shared by Iran's Mehr News. The Iran-backed Houthis began attacks on shipping last month after announcing a naval blockade of Saudi ports. Well, the latest attack shows how the US war with Iran is having an impact on a second shipping route in the region. Now, a lot of focus has been on the Strait of Hormuz. It is, of course, that narrow
thank you,
stretch of water
Tenakwe. Thank you,
between
Roscoe.
Iran,
Thank you.
the United Arab Emirates,
Oh my gosh,
and
thank you.
Oman. Its effective closure since the beginning of the conflict has impacted shipping across the globe. But there is another important
take care,
shipping route
Scary.
close by.
Thank you so much,
Next to
Roscoe.
Yemen,
I appreciate
Eritrea,
that.
and Djibouti. It's called Bab el-Mandeb.
Okay, every time they say Djibouti, I'm like, what a great name for a country. Hey, Jan, welcome.
This is where the Houthis, who are backed by Iran, have targeted a cargo ship. Well, let's get more now from our Middle East correspondent, John Donison. John, how significant is this latest development?
Well, I think it's a sign that things are escalating along the coast of Yemen. This is the first time, we think, since the war between Israel, the United States and Iran started back in February, that people have been killed in a Houthi attack on ships in the Red Sea. Now, perhaps it's important to remind viewers the situation in Yemen. So Yemen is under control of the Houthis, although the internationally recognized government, who they've been in conflict with over many years now, and that's led to tens of thousands of deaths. They are in effect operating in exile.
I appreciate you,
in
Roscoe.
Saudi
Thank
Arabia.
you.
They're backed by Saudi Arabia. Now, what we've seen in the last few weeks is since the Houthis, who are backed by Iran, they announced a blockade of the Red Sea to...
How many times have they said the Iran-backed Houthis or the Houthis who are backed by Iran? Like, if you want to make it that obvious that you Oh my gosh. They say it at every fucking opportunity.
To try and increase the sort of economic pressure on, well, the United States and indeed the whole world that is already in place because of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz that you mentioned. And I think really what we're seeing now is that the Iranians are using the Houthis as another string to their bow. The Houthis in the past have carried out missile strikes on Israel itself, as well as on ships in the Red Sea. But up to now, they've largely stayed out of this wider conflict, but they are now getting more involved.
Thanks, John. We'll be back again to you shortly in Jerusalem. But now it's emerged the US president left last.
Okay, I just wanted to show you guys the Houthi bit. Book a Muslim. He's dying for the president. Mr. Trump took them all out. What? Bro, these fucking bigots, eh? Like, they come into the chat and they just ruin your fucking day. Bro, just get the... Why do you come here? Flip, what's wrong with you? Yeah, go for it, Ruff. Okay. Why do you pull America down? Hold on, Ruff. Hold on. Why do I pull America down? Bro, America is mass murdering children. America is like, if there's a question you should ask, it's how can I pull America out of other people's fucking business? America is the best country in the world. Oh, we got a real one here, folks. Oh, god dang. Merca, baby. Yeah. Merca. Best god dang country in the world, god damn it. Yahoo! We about to go shoot them goddamn Arabs. We about to go take their oil. Goddamn Merca, baby. You heard me. Yeah, yo. Cletus. Stop touching your cousin, goddammit. I told you. This is the... I can't keep telling you this shit, Cletus. Goddamn boy. Marka, baby. Yee-hoo! Yo! God dang! Oh shit! Look at this! We got another one, folks! We got another one! Ambassador Hanslow! Hey, Cletus! Get me my moonshine. We got a couple of Merkins in the chat. God dang. God dang! Here we go, chat! Oh, shit! It's always nice to have, you know, red-blooded American! I'm not even fucking joking, chat. There's a dude who just said red-blooded American in chat. They actually said red-blooded. Land of the home and the freedom or some shit. Blah, blah. And the land of the... God dang, I forgot the lyrics to that shit. Okay, listen to me, Americans. Red, white, and blue-blooded. Listen to me, Americans. We're so sick. We're so sick of this shit. Stop murdering children. Okay? Stop mass murdering children with your bombs. Just shut the fuck up and leave the world alone. Okay? Thank you, Merca. Yours sincerely. A brown bloke just telling it like it is on the internet. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Just for me. Just shut up.
We have seen how low the president's approval is on his handling of Iran. But it's not just that the numbers are low, it's how far they have fallen. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here. There has been substantial movement over the years.
Yeah, substantial movement. You know, sometimes I look at the polling data and I find a surprising nugget.
Thank you so much,
one that
Cheryl.
I honestly didn't think existed, but then I dug deep,
Hey, I'm into jazz.
deep in
Welcome.
enough and found it. And, you know, there was a great poll questions, feelings on Trump and
Hey,
Iran,
Callum.
handling Iran. You know, back in July of 2024, 53% of voters who said they were extremely motivated to vote said they were actually confident that Trump would be able to handle the situation in Iran. Look at where that number is now when it comes to his approval among the same group. Just 29% of those who are extremely motivated to vote in these midterm elections approve of the job that President Trump is doing on Iran. That is a giant fall. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about a 24-point fall in just 2 years. What was an advantage for President Trump going into the 2024 election amongst those who really wanted to turn out and vote has turned into a tremendous disadvantage this time around. Promises were made and promises were not kept. They were broken as far as those voters were concerned.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, because he would go on the stump and talk about Iran because it was a net positive issue for him now. Now it is a very negative issue for
Republicans wish he would keep quiet about it.
Okay, now foreign policy in general is an area where in the past Republicans have seen more support than Democrats. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, if you see these numbers and you're a Republican running for the United States Congress in these midterm elections, you might say, hey, this won't impact me. Not the case. Just look at these numbers. Party trust more in wars, conflicts, and terrorism. Back in January of 2025, look at this. Republicans were ahead by 18 points, a tremendous advantage. That advantage, because of President Trump, has turned into a disadvantage on a core key question that almost always favors Republicans. Now Democrats have a 2-point edge. That is a 20-point move that we're seeing towards the Democrats. Down the Republicans go because down goes President Trump. They are simpatico on this one.
And if you think this is something, Harry.
Okay, wait. Why is this guy so over the top? Okay, I think I'm over the top a lot of times, but this guy is literally just reporting some numbers. Like, at least the Sky News guy. Hey, Shiny. At least the Sky News guy, who reports the numbers, like he's like, you can tell he's passionate about his numbers, but he's not like, he's New Yorker. Oh, I see. Is that just how New Yorkers are, Lisa?
Where do Americans think this is headed? That's a real doozy.
And this, I think, perhaps is the most shocking thing about this, all these numbers that I'm bringing you today. I mean, just look at these. Okay, say U.S. will reach a good deal with Iran ultimately. Just 27% of all voters believe that. And get this, just 41% of Republicans believe it. We are seeing below 50% across the board on this issue. And this is the reason, I think, more than any other, that folks disagree with Trump and Iran, because they simply put don't see what the point of it is. They don't see a way out of it.
Yeah, 41% of Republicans.
Nah, that dude's more coke than man. For real. Law by Moonlight, he sounds like an infomercial salesman. Yeah. Can you blame him? They live with Mamdani. Oh, yeah. They live in Mamdanistan under Shakira law, everybody. His hips don't lie.
1%. That tells you something here about where the people think it's headed. All right, Harry, I'm old enough to remember a time when Donald Trump really wanted to win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I think this crushed Donald Trump's chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Chance Trump wins the Nobel Prize in 2026, according to the Cash prediction markets. You go back a little bit under a year ago, it was a 33% chance. Now we're down to just a 4% chance.
He still has a 4% chance to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, America's so cooked, man. Oh my gosh. America is so I'm sorry, America, but what is going on here?
The Iran war has brought Trump's chances of bringing the Nobel Peace Prize down with him. I also love this photo, by the way.
Yeah, 4%, a lot closer to zero than 33. And this is something
Wiki says
that
he was raised
wildly
in the
important
Bronx.
to him at one point. Not talking about it so much.
I feel like they're trying to have their own Karnacki guy. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the is that how you say it, Karnacki? Guy like the MS now. I don't know if he's still there, and I prob spelled his name. Yeah, I know who you're talking about though. I think you're right. Kornacki. I think it's Kornacki. I think Steve Kornacki. Peggy, who's the fella who was on television selling stock? Oh, you mean the Jim Cramer dude? You mean Jim Cramer? Yeah, actually, Peggy, I think you've got this one right. I think this guy is very Jim Cramer-esque. That's why they were pushing for it before the invasion and bombings. Yeah. I don't even believe we're going to have elections in 28.
Now.
To Iran itself and its dealings with Iran. I mean, a week ago, the Trump administration said the deal
Thank you so much, Ruff.
to open the Strait of Hormuz was
Thank you so much, everybody. TikTok, thank you so much for all the gifts and everything. Thank you.
imminent. Then we saw Iran retaliating by dictating terms with, that list of maximalist conditions. How much do you think Iran are in the driving seat here and deliberately perhaps overplaying their hand to press their advantage at a time of political vulnerability for Donald Trump?
Well, Iran has a very valuable tool right now, and that's the ability to dial up political and economic pressure on him less than 12 weeks before a crucial election, the midterm elections for Congress, which could have an extraordinary impact on the rest of Donald Trump's term if Democrats manage to win one or both chambers of Congress. So the president has navigated himself into a position of great weakness here. I think the happy talk last week that, we're going to get a deal within a couple of days, once again, perhaps was the administration trying to mitigate the impact of rising oil prices as they were then in the markets, but also another occasion where it's been obvious that they have misread what is going on in Iran, the strategic reality of this war and the situation in the Middle East. And that is something that both explains the position they're in now and has been consistent throughout the entire war.
I want to start doing a new segment. Because we saw the clip from Complainy Laney yesterday, I actually had an idea. I was like, if the community is going to take clips, like, we should showcase them. We should showcase these clips. So I don't know if you guys saw Laney's clip yesterday. This was supposed to but I'll show you the clip. It gave me an idea. So let's check out some. There's been 2 more clips, guys. People are clipping my videos. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. Okay, so this is the clip. Not misogynist, by the way. But read. You know those book clubs that you have where they're predominantly like white women book clubs? Take like books about racism into those book clubs instead of reading about sweaty cut up men with donkey cocks. I don't know, is that what women read in book clubs? I have no clue.
Okay. You're all clear, aren't you, that people who grow up...
Sorry. Oh my gosh! Not misogynist, by the way, is the title. Thank you for the clip, Complainy Lady. And this is the other one, European colonization of India. To be fair, as a bookworm, I found that offensive too. Nice. Okay, so should we place bets how soon after Fran wins that Kornacki's lights go out? Oh, Ella, I can't wait. Hey, Junie. Welcome in, everybody. Dark Native, hello. Okay, and then there's this clip about European colonization. I don't know who this is, Nabil, but this was an important clip. European colonization tried to wipe out Indian people, but we just fucked way too much. We just fucked. We fucked, and we fucked. Roland is Martinia.
Work know that we often
Interesting clip. Oh my gosh. What a great clip. Thank you, Clipper. Oh, beautiful. And I think this one's more educational. This one's more educational.
Packaged, stored.
Hold on.
And
this is
shipped across-
this is from the oil and gas stuff we did. Oil and economy.
manufactured, packaged, stored, and shipped across the world. It's then trucked to a warehouse, delivered to a store, and sold to you. Every step costs money. As long as fuel stays reasonably cheap, the numbers work and everyone makes a profit. But when fuel prices spike, transportation becomes more expensive.
I just told my bill collectors we deleted the economy. They did not like that answer. Rail can use electricity though.
If it costs more to move a manufactured, packed.
I love this. I love the clip features, guys. I love the clip features. Please clip. Clip, everybody. Just clip like crazy. I love it. And we can showcase clips on the live. I think this is so cool. I think this is insanely cool. We can do clips. We can even discuss, like, obviously the not misogynist, by the way, I'm sure got a lot of views in the leftist community. Complain he's part of. But I love these clips. These are great. These are amazing. More views for me. They don't really get that many views. I just think it's nice to showcase things. Like it just means the community is more involved in this sort of stuff. I like it.
And it doesn't feel very much like Donald Trump is listening to the electorate right now. I mean, how much longer can he afford, do you think, to let energy prices sour sort of voter perceptions of the economy, given obviously the midterms fast approaching?
Yeah, one of the reasons why it's difficult to see him sticking to this new line that, well, we're going to bring Iran economically to its knees is because the prospect of high gas prices running up to the midterms could be so politically damaging to Republicans.
Oh, yeah. I just mean from the haters, Lamau, they're helping you with views. I don't know. Like, if there's something to learn out of it, I'm absolutely happy to take it on board. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be a dick about people trying to prove a point about my misogyny or whatever. I think men are misogynists trying to deconstruct, and the journey of a man's life is to deconstruct their misogyny. And to be honest, if I can learn from that, then fine. It's just I wish people like Complainy Laney would use their brains a little bit, leftists in particular, and just reach out to me and not be a dick on social media. Because I'm not like beholden to any fucking, belief. It's just crazy that people do this. It pisses me off. They're just so fucking backstabby. It's fucking Like, it doesn't have to be like this. Is this what happens with people, with other creators too? Is this what it's like with other creators too? Like, is this what happens? Because it's fucking insane, man.
So it wouldn't, I think, at all be a surprise to see the president either revert to some kind of military action, not that that has been successful in changing Iran's mind, or to try and again create the impression that there is active diplomacy.
Guys, Khaled is in chat. Khaled is on the ground in Gaza right now. Please help him. Khaled has been part of this community for a long time. Click on his profile, share his content. He'll have a GoFundMe. Please help them out. It's so important. Khaled is often in our live, so keep an eye out for Khaled. Thank you so much, everybody. Particularly back in the Twitch debate peak days, doing this was prime content for people. Yeah, I mean, I think people are so afraid to be wrong. I think people are so afraid to be wrong, and I don't think people take leaps. People don't understand. I think people don't want to be wrong so badly that they forget that making mistakes and being wrong are all part of learning. I mean, we're all learning here at the end of the day. Like, you don't have to be dicks about it. It's just like, I think when I give feedback, like when I when I criticize white leftism, or at least provide feedback to white leftism, and white leftists in particular, to say, hey, be very aware of your white privilege. It's not a call to fucking arms, you know? It's an observation. I don't know why it immediately becomes a call to arms, but this is what's pissed all of them off, is the fact that I talk about white privilege and white supremacy and how white leftism often leaves those things out, which are some things brown and black people just can't ignore. Hey Tio, welcome. So I'm like, bro, if that's the problem, then come have a chat, you know? Don't be passive aggressive and clip my shit. Don't be passive aggressive and clip my stuff. Hey Zetetic. Look, I'm not gonna say I react to everything perfectly. I have my own fucking problems with reacting to shit. Like, I'm still learning how to take criticism and all of those things. So I'm not gonna, take some fucking moral high ground here. But come on, bro. Like, clipping that, shitting on my community, shitting on this community when I rated them as well. Like, that's just not on. That's bullshit. Have a go at me, but you don't need to fuck with people, man. Like, that's just that's unnecessary collateral damage. I can't believe I called viewer emotions collateral damage. Well, there you go.
So there we are.
Going on. Perhaps at some point he gets to a point of fatalism where he believes that he's not going to do very well in the midterms with the Republicans. We've seen some signs of that. He's said that Republicans and voters more generally are not angry with him, but they're angry with the lawmakers from the GOP in Congress. Perhaps he gets to that point and he presses on regardless. But it's a very difficult position for a lot of these Republicans. People are very angry about higher gas prices, as well as the impact on groceries and other prices that this war has had. as well as Trump's trade war. So it's a very dicey political situation, and I think you're likely to see in the coming weeks more pressure from Republicans to try and get these prices down. But how he does that, he's stuck in this strategic box in Iran. He's been trying for months to get out of this war. It's difficult to see how he can fashion an exit in the coming weeks.
You said this last round of talks was...
Yeah, absolutely, Trudy. And I know that if you feel uncomfortable for good reason, then I know you will say it in chat, right? Like, if I'm being a dick, then I know you guys are gonna like immediately call me out, and I have to check myself. I think it's a give and take relationship between me and all of you. So I think that's awesome. It's just why the fuck is it got to be like this? Why does it have to be passive aggressive fucking idiotic shit like this? Like, we don't need the fucking drama. There's enough in the news.
Was Iran's last chance before decapitation. So what now? What comes next?
You'll find out.
Are you still, are massive escalation, is that still on the table?
Well, we have that certainly that ability if we want to do that. Yeah, you'll find out.
You said you're low-keying it with them,
I
that you're
think so.
semi-negotiating. What exactly does that mean?
Well, they asked for reparations, you might say, or they asked for money for the damage that we've done. I said, that's a good idea. Well, we're going to ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. If there's damages to be paid, I think Iran should pay those damages.
Let's discuss with retired U.S. Army Colonel Peter Mansour. Colonel,
why stop at 50 years, Trumpy? Why stop at 50 years, buddy? Why not talk about Mossadegh, buddy? And what America did there, bro?
Thanks so much for being with us. So CNN is reporting that Trump's top general is looking for an off-ramp from the war. He's acknowledged publicly that air power has its limits. I wonder if you think the U.S. military has done all that it can against Iran from the skies.
From the skies, for sure. The naval blockade is certainly having a large effect on their economy, and that could continue. And then the other element of power, of course, would be ground forces, but I don't see that in the cards, given the significant opposition the president would run into in Congress and among the American people.
So given this pivot from hostilities to more sort of financial warfare, if you will, as you put it, with the blockade, I wonder if you think this now will make Tehran more amenable to concessions, or does this weaken the U.S. position when it comes to extracting some form of nuclear deal with Tehran?
Well, there's a battle being played out in Tehran right now among different parts of the government. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps wants to continue the battle until it gets everything it wants, which is quite an extensive list of demands. The civilians, on the other hand, would see the danger to the Iranian economy, which is already in free fall, and they'd like to cut a deal while one is available to them. So this has some ways to go yet, and it really is going to be decided in Tehran, not necessarily in Washington.
That's a fascinating perspective because, as you put it, there's some diversion within Iran about what direction to go in. And you have the IRGC, which is perhaps more hardline than even the president of Iran. I wonder if you think that taking the foot off the gas pedal when it comes to actual kinetic warfare.
Ooh, Kornacki Cam is live, everybody. Are we gonna go to Kornacki Cam? Are you guys ready for Kornacki Cam? Oh! Are we doing it?
Darlington Fry 49, Graham 29.
Oh, they both went up. Yes. How much of the election day is that?
We have that about 15% right now.
15% of the election.
Yeah, 400 votes.
Yeah. So the share between the two of them, 72, it went up 6 points. But it's not a huge. I mean, I guess it's telling me not a huge change. Although probably most significantly there, let's keep looking for where else we can find this. I think what may be more significant there is that number for Graham, because we said we're not quite sure what to make of it as the election day vote comes in. It's the more MAGA vote. Is that going to turn? Well, okay, in Darlington County, maybe it's not representative. We're deep in the heart of Fry country here, but she actually does a little bit better with the election day vote. So that's the big kind of remaining piece already for Graham. Just given, right? Look at this. Now it's up to 6 points, her advantage over her nearest opponent here in the statewide tally. That was is because it's only Darlington. We got to see where else we get election day vote. But that's the biggest question, because in the early vote, we've taken you through what's been working for her and how it's just been sort of buttressing her more and more as the maps filled in. And if the election day vote goes the same and even a tick better for her, then that position will solidify. And then would become the question we said at the top: if she does advance, if she does finish first, what kind of first is it? Is it a strong first, or is it the kind of first where we're looking at a runoff? It'd be a 2-week runoff campaign here. The August 25th will be a runoff in South Carolina, where she's vulnerable, and where what can happen in that gubernatorial primary could potentially happen to her.
Can I suggest a raid for TikTok? I don't think we can raid in TikTok. Can we raid in TikTok?
Is that right, Adam?
Yeah.
Hey,
one just
Manda.
did pop in Horry County up there in the corner that we were looking at before. So in the advanced vote, Fry 46.
Yeah.
Graham 30.
Yeah.
In the election day vote, Fry 42. Graham 38.
She's doing good on election day. Now, this is a very, this is sort of, in some ways, we say the upstate is the most conservative.
Is Kornacki now fucking reporting Republican shit? Has Kornacki left the Republican Party?
Older MAGA voter. In many cases, the
Take care on the
transplant
shelf.
from the north.
Take
who's
care.
moved down to Myrtle
Get
Beach.
some rest.
A lot of great golf, around there.
Hope you get some nice
that sort
rest.
of faction of MAGA. This is the epicenter in South Carolina. So when you see Darlene Graham in Horry County, right, going from 30 in the early to 38 now in what's been counted to the election day vote, right? That's a signal, I think, of that wing of that sort of the older MAGA voter, the older retiree type MAGA voters, at least heeding Trump's call in some way to get behind.
Yeah,
her.
totally.
And I think that's got to be discouraging.
Of course, Juju's.
If that is the trend that persists there in Horry County. This is no ordinary county, right? Again, this is like 10%. 10% of the votes, entire state, probably coming out of here, okay? And this is Fry's district. So, he doesn't want this current margin in Horry shrinking. He wants it expanding, because I think increasingly the name of the game, if you're Russell Fry right now, is catch Ralph Norman, get into that runoff. If Graham keeps doing this, that's going to be the game. Who gets second place right here? And if you're Fry, each of these candidates, it's critical for both of them to maximize what they can in their home areas. And so what Adam was just
Wait, so who is the Trump candidate? Is it Russell Fry? Is the Trump candidate?
encouraging for Graham in terms of solidifying the position that you're seeing there in the statewide tally. But that's not an encouraging sign for Fry. But we want to see, Spartanburg. Spartanburg, early in Spartanburg. Now, some of Norman's district extends here. Again, this is another huge piece of the puzzle. I say Greenville is the biggest. Between Greenville and Spartanburg, you're looking at 20% of the vote probably in this primary, right? I mean, think about it. By 20%, we say 5%, we say about 10% right here. We say between these three counties, about 15%. I mean, these are sort of first among equals when you're looking. So Spartanburg County here, partially in Norman's district, partially not. Huge piece of the puzzle. Again, look at that 1-2 punch for Norman. Greenville, Spartanburg, giants in this primary, and in the early vote at least, those are very, very good numbers for him there, 40 and 37. And what that translates into, and again, now smaller, we'd shown you Lawrence earlier, Union, this is in his congressional district, so, 49%. Newberry, we showed you earlier, not in his congressional district. A lot of his district is filled in now, too, at least with
Darlene Graham is I guess the incumbent will be,
the early vote. And Norman running 2/10 of a point. What is that? 77 votes ahead of Fry there for second place.
Am I winning the race? Zach Chap, you're always winning the race. You're always winning the race. How are you, Zach Chap? Good to see you.
But, okay, so what we just saw, though, in Horry County that Adam was telling us where Lindsey Graham is, I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying it. Darlene Graham is really, stepping it up in the Election Day vote, and Fry is actually backing off in the Election Day vote. Is that dynamic going to obtain up here too?
How are you, Zach Chap?
Norman? Are these big numbers we're seeing from Norman? 55 in York, 37 in Spartanburg, 40 in Greenville. Are those numbers going to slide down as the Election Day vote comes in? Is Darlene Graham's Election Day strength?
What a punch in the gut it'll be if Lindsey Graham loses his seat. Oh, Darlene Graham. Darker Dream, welcome. Yo, Scary. We're in election day, everybody. Let's go. Who's ready for some liberal cope as Francesco Hong takes this out? Let's go. Woo.
Globalized intifada.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
And it certainly is very encouraging for Darlene Graham. But maybe it's a bit of a subjective question, and maybe you got your own opinion watching this. But I think the thing to be kind of thinking about with Graham's performance right here is a little bit more trickles in. Is what do you think? Oh, Richland.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
We just got all of Richland in one fell swoop. We think that's right, Adam?
Well, take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that match our expected vote? This is Columbia State Capitol. This is the suburbs.
There might be, yeah.
Might be a little bit more, but we're basically there.
I'm not sure about that, Richland.
Look, all this shows is how divided the Republican Party is right now.
Okay, sometimes we get a little. Let's put a pin in it. Although we can't unsee what we saw.
What I see is more vote than we were expecting. So that's maybe too much. That's what it looked like to me.
Okay, can you check in with the decision desk
Yes,
quick on that? While you do that, I just teed up Berkeley, and we got Berkeley. Okay, we got the early vote in Berkeley. A lot of growth here. Graham running in front. Again, we said this is Sanford's area, but the story, unlike his opponents, his other Graham opponents, his fellow Graham opponents, Sanford not winning in his area. He's coming in second here. Graham running first. Fry, not too far from his congressional district here, running third. Norman, a more distant.
Who are we rooting for? Francesco Hong. This is some MAGA bullshit. We don't care about this.
And pending.
Well, actually, we do care. We're hoping that Darlene Graham loses.
High number is what we just saw get reported into our system from Richland County, the state capital that Adam is trying to track down. That may well be what you saw. May well be completely legit. It's sometimes there are numbers get entered. It is caught quickly. We think it's legit.
No, I can just say what came in, at least in my system, looks like 32,000 votes, and our expected was 14,000. So what leads me to think is either some kind of error in the input or error in my dashboard here.
Okay, is Decision Desk saying anything?
They're looking into it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to circle this because we got a bit of a question here.
Who's my mayor? Local politician. It used to be Radhika. Is it Radhika something? Oh, bro, Labor lady. But now it's a national dude. I don't give a fuck about that guy. Some national dude.
I see. Yeah, that would be very high. Richland.
Who's my local mayor? Sorry, Auckland's mayor is what's his fucking name? He's this old white dude. Hold up. Let me just find his name. Wayne Brown. Wayne Brown.
I do think
He's okay. Wayne Brown's
that
okay.
is powered to the extent there is, the advantage there. About 1,300 votes, 1,336 votes. That's powered by what we saw in Richland. So it's a big question there in terms of what Adam is trying to track down. I'll try to be patient, but Adam, I'll probably ask you 1,100 more times in the next few minutes if we have an update from the decision desk about Richland County, because that looms as a very significant thing. If you're communicating with them, I don't want to interrupt it, but do you know, is there anywhere else right now? I think we got some Buford too. Yeah, okay.
Call it. They're going to call it for Graham soon.
This is, again, this in theory would be Sanford country, but it's Graham. It's Graham in the early vote. And Sanford running distant second, which, Graham's advantage statewide. She's over 30%, 6.1 over Norman.
The statewide number should be updated now because, we're checking into that Richland number.
Okay, so you see it, folks, just full transparency here. It lit up. I showed you a result. As
that was a
said,
trap,
the
Zach Chap.
number of votes
Why are you
that
trying to trap
reflected,
me?
Significantly higher than our expected vote. That doesn't mean it's not legit, because sometimes our expected vote is off. Sometimes there's much higher turnout in places than expected. Also the number, though, would be much, much higher than Richland has typically been in these primaries proportionately. So they're checking on it. And while they do, they've taken those numbers off. Again, it could end up coming back just like it looked. It may be different. But look at the effect that had on the statewide tally. When that was lit up, Fry had an advantage here. We were saying, about 1,300 votes and change over Norman. Take it off. That's a 48-vote gap between Fry and Norman, right? Again, some distance. There's some real distance here. She's obviously, as our decision desk has said, she's not going to be knocking on the door of 50% or anything. But Graham has put some distance here between herself and second and third. But second and third, are now 3 votes separated. Norman and Fry are 3.
What's this, Zach Chap?
For nothing about Trump. Oh, you're not my Trump. They love motherfucking Trump. People ask me all the time, Quake, what kind of woman you looking for in your life? I said, nigga, I'm looking for a woman like a Trump supporter. No matter what she hear about me, that bitch don't believe shit. I heard he got another woman. That's fake news, baby. That's fake news.
Hey,
don't
Eric.
listen to them hoes. They're the enemy of the state.
Oh, my God.
I knew Trump was the pimp of all pimps, nigga, when he came here and sent the motherfuckers up here January the 6th.
Oh, shit. I should not have played that. Zach Chat, my access to TikTok just died. Oh dear. Violations, hate speech. Oh my gosh. How is this hate speech, by the way? Because he's using the N-word. What happened on TikTok just got done for hate speech. It's funny, though. Thank you, Zach Chat.
Failing her just in the election day portion of it. These are, if you're Graham, super, super encouraging numbers here, because what they suggest now having been replicated, right? We told you about the particular demographics of the Myrtle Beach area, of the retirees, the golf players. Now we're talking about fast-growing suburbs, exurbs, outside Charlotte,
Nah, not your fault, Zach
in
Chat.
Lancaster
It's not your
County.
fault.
Very
Don't worry.
different demographic. Same thing.
I didn't get to the good. It didn't get to the good. But my bad. Nah, don't worry. It's not your fault.
7
Oh,
points
shit.
over second place. And in fact, she just got a little bit more. What else just What else just lit up?
Kershaw, we got an update.
Okay, but and do you have? We got election day. Excuse me, we have election day vote.
Will they give it back? I don't
We
know.
can look at.
Yes.
Kershaw?
So in Kershaw, the advance vote was running Graham 34, Fry 20, Norman 26.
Yep.
Election day, we're about 40% of our expected vote there. It's Graham 38, Fry 15, and Norman 25.
25, right. Okay, so again, you're in, you're actually, this is in 7, I think, right? This is, no, this is in 5. This is in Norman's district. And Norman running 6. But we keep seeing it. Graham is running 4 or 5, I think it's 6 points better with the election day vote than the early vote. Did you say Anderson? We could take a look at Anderson? That might be, do we have much there? I see 23%.
Yeah, we don't really, at least updating our system, it doesn't look like a lot of election day vote out of Anderson yet.
Okay, is there anywhere else you could just see offhand with some substantial election day vote, especially maybe toward the upstate? I'd love to just see if.
Taking a look.
It's set. She's up 7 now.
We just have some of these
It's
small
okay, Zach.
counties.
It's all good. Don't worry.
Lee, Barnwell.
Shit happens.
Yeah, that's those are the ones that have the highest percentage in vote right now.
I mean, okay, we could take a look at.
We just got another update out of Spartanburg. Let's
Oh,
see if
okay, that's a much better. Okay, so now we've got some real election day vote in Spartanburg.
Yeah. So
okay, so what do we got?
The pre-election vote was running Graham 24, Norman 37, and Fry 15.
I can see what's happened. Yep.
Election day, Graham 25, Norman 34, Fry 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. These aren't huge shifts, but it's consistent. Here, Graham's only going up a point, but Norman's losing a couple. Yeah, so and that's in a very, very big county. Again,
Oh shit!
Right, and that update,
Could Graham lose this?
That just came in.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so that is why Norman now has catapulted to a 36 vote advantage over Fry for second place statewide. This could be a.
It is Super Bowl for political nerds, eh?
Counting state here. We got
I just love
20%
this.
in,
I love this.
Coming up on 8 o'clock, but it could still be a while if we're stuck. But I think what's most noteworthy here.
Did we shout
I
out
think you
Zach
can
Chat?
start to think about the possibility that this number. I'm sorry, that this number may be on its way north, because again, we're seeing in these counties. I want to see a few more here, okay? But we've seen a 6-point
shout out
Graham in
now.
one big county running.
Folks, follow Zach Chap because he is one of the hardest working streamers on this platform, and he is smashing it. And I think he should be a partner for sure. Follow Zach Chap. Follow his content. Incredible streamer. And if you don't follow them, well, you're missing out because Zach Chap's awesome. Zach Chap's awesome.
We've seen that. And so if that's the case, this number she's already created some real separation here. This has been the story of the last hour. We've seen up to now about 7 points.
Today is my birthday. I've lived between Chi-Town and the Mill my whole life, mostly on the Wisco side. We don't care about Thanksgiving. We care about Wisconsin and Chicagoland. Robin Voss and his family and their multiple small businesses lord over Wisconsin like feudal lords. Today is my B-Day. Please help Francesca save us and return Wisconsin and the Mill to its socialist roots. And Zach Chap and Noisy are probably my favorite streamers. Ben Zukov, welcome! Happy birthday. Happy freaking birthday. Happy birthday. We love our election coverage. Let's go.
No, we'll get there again.
Oh!
Okay.
Is this
the first district?
What is this?
Connecticut. We'll keep an eye on this. We expect this could be very, very slow here. Longtime incumbent elected in 1998.
Chi-Town is
Congressman John
Chicago,
Larson
yeah.
Facing the challenge
Gift sub
from
Sharing
Luke,
is caring.
Luke Bronin.
You share. You care.
Comes
Oh,
into this
thank you
with
so
a,
much for the
a
gift
big
sub,
credential,
Matt.
Hartford
Thank
mayor,
you. Ben Zukov.
And
Oh, yeah.
had won the endorsement. Bronin, excuse me, had won the endorsement of the state party. I think it's the most significant thing here. He won the official endorsement. Larson, it's a rare thing for it to happen in Connecticut politics to an incumbent like that. Very ominous sign for Larson. Could be slow. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a gubernatorial primary there as well. We will, in fact, there it is. We'll keep an eye on this too. Could be, in case there's a surprise, Ned Lamont going for a third term there. But back to the story of the hour. We got 1 minute.
No, I know what you meant.
What did something?
How are you, trans woman?
Minute while I was showing Connecticut.
We're getting a couple of precincts of election day vote in Beaufort and Florence and Lee. Those were the most recent updates.
Just a couple precincts.
Yeah, it's not a substantial amount to do our checks.
Why don't we do?
I hope you're keeping well and
water,
yeah, look away.
While I'm doing the hit,
it's good to have you here.
If you're able to come up with any,
it's good to see
best current county election day same day would be. But we're 30 seconds from the hit. I also need to just pardon me. Excuse me.
Oh, Kornacki, what's going on?
The county that we
COVID?
have the most vote percentage in right now is Lee County. So that's
okay. Well,
very little split between the election.
Yeah,
give Lee
I can
County
increase
the most
that.
attention it's ever gotten in a Republican
Yeah.
statewide primary. After we do this hit for News Now, folks, which is
new updates in Spartanburg and Berkeley.
Train detected. We are chugging. Let's keep this
Data
momentum
man,
going.
always
Let's
a highlight
go.
of primary night. NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, great to see you.
Why the
Thanks so
hell
much
did
for
the
joining
hype
us.
train
As
stop?
we come on the air tonight, polls
Welcome,
have now closed in
everybody.
4 states, right? So how's it looking?
Yeah, so I think the story of the hour is right here in South Carolina. In fact, there it is, Gotti. NBC News'
Hype
decision
train.
desk has just made an important declaration in this race, and that is that Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Lindsey Graham, appointed to his Senate
Told
seat
you.
and now
They were gonna call
running
it.
in
They were
this
gonna call
special
it.
election. Our decision desk has now projected that she will advance to the runoff. This is a Republican primary. The top 2 candidates make it into the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight. This has been, if you've been watching for the last hour, not a big surprise just in terms of what we've been seeing, which is that there's a breadth of support for Graham here. She's not running up massive numbers anywhere in particular. She's just consistently running either in first or second place, pretty much in every county that's reported. And there are some indications, too, with the latest votes that are coming in, that this number, she's at 31% statewide, that it may be on its way up, that it may improve, may boost her, into the mid-30s or so before all is said and done.
Well, all this says to me, guys, is that the Republicans are very divided. Like, look at this. Look at the vote. Look at the votes. The Republicans have no idea who the fuck to vote for.
315 votes that currently separate the two of them. They have been trading second and third place, on and on for the last hour right here. This is basically Norman's base, his congressional district. This is basically Fry's. Also of note here, a significant name in South Carolina politics, Mark Sanford, the former governor, former congressman. He's not having a good night at all. You could see very disappointing numbers for him in what was historically his base in this state. So really now this is a question of, is it going to be Fry or is it going to be Norman? And a big development there. While I was scrolling through, I want to put this up on the screen. Some votes here from Richland County. I thought this was going to be more based on what just happened, but this is the state capital, Columbia, the area around there, the suburbs. This is the early vote.
Auntie Wash, I got a suspension for hate speech again. It's being very, very harsh. We were just playing a video. It was nothing. I mean, the guy was a comedian using the N-word and it said hate speech. I've appealed it. Let's see.
Any county in South Carolina right now. This is Aiken County right there by the Georgia border. It is nobody's natural base. We're saying these are members of Congress. Nobody in the race represents this this county. And there's Russell Fry winning it. This is an important. This is an important
how crazy
notch mark for him tonight because again, his base is right here. He's all the way across the state, and this is a very big county, relatively speaking, in terms of its share of the statewide vote. And look at that. He beats Graham here, and more importantly for him, look at that. He leaves Norman in the dust. And we say that's the real battle right now. It's between Fry, it's between Norman for second place. What Fry just pulled off there in Aiken County, that's very significant because you could see what it did in terms of opening up a gap right there. But it's significant, as I say, because it's
So Zach Chep, that wasn't even like the the first bit wasn't even the most risky part. The risky part was still coming up. Brilliant. Bro, don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it. Don't feel bad about it for 1 second. Honestly, like it's all good. Shit happens. This is a TikTok issue. TikTok has been like absolutely targeting me for a while, so don't worry about it, man.
Got to get over 50% of the vote to cinch it, or they've got to go to a runoff. So we're really looking at Darlene Graham versus somebody. I know that it looked like you could scroll down. Russell Fry, Ralph Norman. Can you give us a little bit of a scroll here? Because I think one of the big questions isn't just who's going to finish number 2. It's also what is the anti-Graham coalition, if there is one, possibly going to look like when the dust settles here? Does it look like somebody is running away
that's
with
awesome.
it, or
Thank you, Benzico.
do you see the numbers kind of evenly spread there?
Well, this would be the question coming at it tonight when we figure out who is second place here, and it'll be Graham versus, let's say if it were Graham versus Fry, the immediate question becomes, okay, what does Ralph Norman do? Does he choose to endorse one of those candidates, right? What does Mark...
Oh, so this is going to go into a runoff because she didn't get like a minimum threshold. So runoffs are bad for the incumbent. Folks, runoffs are bad for the incumbent. Jules, that TikTok video I played, the guy used the N-word, and I got suspended for a couple of days. It says I'll get access back on the 15th, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've appealed it. Hopefully they'll come back and sort it out.
Finished.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Just focus on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. Totally. I know, trans women. But my community is on TikTok. Like there's a huge community on TikTok, trans women. Like no, my whole account isn't gone. My whole account shouldn't be gone. Like TikTok is where I started, and like Palestinians from Gaza and stuff are there as well. Like I can't just leave TikTok. I need to be there. Oh shit! My account is permanently banned? Oh god. Yeah, my account got permanently banned. What? Yeah, I got a permaban on TikTok. Yeah. TNI Twitch career starts now. Yeah. Can I appeal this? No. I played a TikTok video. Hey Detroit, welcome. Sorry guys, I'll just
We've been hyped. This is very big. Suburbs of Columbia. This is a big piece of the puzzle too. Again, not in anybody's natural base. This would be the early vote in Lexington. Graham running extremely well there. And just, it's a muddle between the other three, Fry, Sanford, Norman. None of those others getting a clear advantage there over each other for second place. So advantage Graham in terms of what that update just did. And again, the possibility here of getting that number well into the mid-30s for her continues to loom. I just want, for the sake of clarity, though, Adam, for everybody watching this, because these are big pieces of the puzzle, and we just certainly We just talked about Aiken being a very big deal when we saw that number. We saw Fry at 44%. We saw the vote completed. We saw what that did to putting him in second place. What happened was the data stream that we use for both Richland County, where this happened earlier, and here in Aiken County, could be right, but we're not sure.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that Richland number stuck out to me first because it was a lot of votes compared to our expected. That Aiken vote looked a little bit closer to what we were expecting, but it's still, we haven't seen these counties reporting their full vote. Right. And so that was one of the things that caught my eye, and that's why we're kind of looking into that a little bit more.
Right, because in each one, the update that came in said they were completed, or basically completed. So what folks saw could end up being the case. We're trying to verify. But in the meantime, what we're now showing in these counties are the numbers that the state, which is a different stream, is currently showing.
That's right.
Okay. So obviously, that's a pretty big sort of X factor that looms over this, because the numbers that may be accurate are very, very encouraging for Fry, but these are the issues that happen. This is also one of those things when you do the election live stream, county by county, update by update. These things, you see everything. When we're doing these things on the air and we're kind of taking 15, 10 minutes between hits or whatever.
Open another. Oh man, I had like almost 190,000 followers on there, and it's like an account that I've built over a long time. I don't know. I don't know if I will create another one. I don't know. It just sucks. That's all.
The rest of the field, Graham continuing to move up. Graham seeming to do quite well with the election day vote, again, which we typically think of as the MAGA vote. It seems like we were saying what's going to win out there.
Can I fight a permaban? Yeah, I've appealed it. We'll see. Can't. I've done what I can. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Who cares? It sucks. I mean, it's all my like all of the work on Palestine, etc., all gone.
We got
and always potential to update our expected number there. But currently in our pre-election day vote, it was running at Graham 28, Fry 14, and Norman 35.
Fry was at 14. Okay, yeah. I see what happened to him.
Yeah, in the election day vote, it's Graham 29, Fry 10, and Norman 34 currently.
Okay, and so honestly, in this one, almost essentially unchanged between them, just Fry dropping off a little bit, but no, essentially unchanged there. Is there anywhere else? I'm just going to look through, see if we have more vote. We're still sitting at, still a lot of vote to come.
46 minutes away until the polls close, everybody.
Here, right?
46
still a lot
minutes.
Of vote to come. We do have, we had shown Spartanburg at about 50% before, right? This is not, I think we had done some Spartanburg election day.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Still just, so for Norman, these are two big kind of bites at the apple that are left for him.
I follow you on YouTube
Look all
and
that
Twitch.
vote to come in York County. And if what we
that's
just saw in
good,
Lawrence County plays out, he's got a lot of votes to come in if he's getting them at a 55% clip. That's huge. And Greenville, as we say, Greenville's more than, in terms of vote producing statewide, more than twice the size of York County. And again, if
I can go live on my backup account and stuff. It's just all the videos. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, let's see if my appeal works. Let's see. It might take some time. Who knows? If the appeal works, it works. If it doesn't, I'll just probably take a break from TikTok for a little bit. It's just kind of swallow the pill first, and then go back maybe in a bit with a new strategy. I don't know. But it sucks, man. It sucks. It's a lot of effort, but we'll figure it out. Can't control what you can. It can't,
More than 53, you squeezed 53% of the juice from the orange. Is that the metaphor?
Yeah, it's my first time.
There's not as much juice to be squeezed now out of here for Fry, potentially, as there is out of here and here for Norman, okay? But again, that's what makes, in part, what we saw in Aiken County and in Richland County, and we're trying to clear up. That's what makes that so significant as well. I think Fry may need that to be the case. The numbers that we saw initially to be the reality. Taking a look here, Berkeley. I think, did we do some election day vote in Berkeley? We clearly have a bunch.
We could probably do Berkeley. I was just looking at Aiken and Oconee. Let's see what's going on in Berkeley. Yeah, we can do Berkeley. So in the pre-election day vote,
TikTok permanent bans usually only last a few weeks. Wear the ban like a badass badge. Bro, I've been banned off LinkedIn and now TikTok as well. Am I like some sort of like edgelord? Is that what they call it? Is that what the kids are calling it? Edgelord? Am I an edgelord?
A big boost. And if she is there, I would imagine something similar is going to happen here in Charleston. And is it happening? I think you said Beaufort, we got a little bit too.
we're just taking a look.
I'll go to the statewide.
Only a little bit of election day vote in Beaufort.
Okay. 'Cause that's, I do want to kind of,
what the hell is?
We do spend a lot of time on the upstate. I do.
Wait, what did I just say? What does an edgelord mean? What does it even mean?
He's running, close to 10 points ahead of him. Not there, yeah. And what was it in Charleston in the initial? Not that much. So, yeah, there's a chance, too. We're saying, Fry has so far squeezed more.
Oh, someone who tries to impress with shock, with it, or impress or shock with exaggeration. I'm pretty edgy. Matt. No, I think I might fall into that category. I just want to say, hey, Zach Chap, bro, like, don't worry, man. Like, I know you're feeling bad. I know you'll be feeling bad. Even if you're not feeling bad or just thinking about it, just don't worry, dude. Like, we'll figure it out. I just don't want you to worry about it.
Right.
It wasn't your fault.
I just did there. Okay. All right. Fry's margin over Norman. Right. I mean, it's sitting at 502 votes right now. I
thought it was a sex thing. What? I thought it was a sex thing. Oh, shit.
Did we look at this one? Jog my memory. No, we were about to.
We looked at it, I thought, earlier, yes.
Okay, yeah, so we'll hold, we'll hold on. We're looking for,
If you do want to take a
edging
detour,
to the Lord.
Connecticut is reporting a little bit quicker than they have in the past, and we do have a scattering of results.
Wow, yeah, okay. Well, this is only 5%, and a lot of this is going to be Hartford. In fact, most of this is we got about a little over 3,000 votes in.
Who are we voting for?
And yeah,
we've got Hong, right?
Windsor, yeah.
Hong's our person. Francesca,
Windsor Locks, the airport, south. Yeah, look, this is so far it's consistent. Manchester, sort of well-to-do suburb there.
Joe Cash.
This is pretty consistent early.
Hong Dynasty.
John Larson,
yes.
You're not liking what you're seeing. It is early, but again, remember, Bronin is running with the party endorsement here, so there was some writing on the wall potentially, and Bronin's base politically is Hartford, but when you're, and again, these are small chunks of vote here, but Manchester is not Hartford. And he's leading there, narrow, but closer, but he's leading there. South Windsor, that's a big town. That's not Hartford, Windsor Locks. So early on, let's see, this thing goes all the way out towards Torrington. This thing goes down to Bristol. We still got a lot more to come, but early on, I forgot what the defeated incumbent count is in the primary, but we need to dust that number off because that could be on its way to being updated. That means we might have some numbers. Well, look, it's already been, this will save us the night. The NBC News Decision Desk is projecting that Ned Lamont has fended off his challenger in the
Zekchep, man, like I'm not. It's just an opportunity to restart some other way. Don't worry, dude. Like I'm not one of those people who's gonna like delve or like just stay on it for a while. Yeah, it sucks. It'll probably sting for a couple of hours and then I'll be over it. But it's okay. Honestly, like, do not take this on yourself. You didn't do anything. I should have probably watched the video before or whatever. But even that video wasn't even that bad. It's a comedian, you know? He's a comedian. Like TikTok is just weird like this. So I just don't want you to worry about it. I just don't want you to take this too hard because it's not your fault, honestly.
A notification?
I didn't see it.
No, we haven't gotten it recently, but I think there's potential to get it again. We could also take care of some housekeeping if you want to at any point here.
Oh, you're saying the break.
Yes.
Let's we'll keep going a little bit because I think we could be close to a little bit of clarity here.
Our latest update was from Anderson, and we have about half of the election day vote now in Anderson.
Let's do it.
I told you you're on the list.
There is a list.
I'm probably on so many lists by now. I'm sorry that I told you like this. I should have messaged you so you could think about how to talk about it. I thought you knew. What's this, Melody? What's happened? Oh, you mean that my account got banned? No, it's okay. I logged in and it had like a little thing. It's okay. Thank you for telling me. It's okay. Guys, just don't worry about it. Like, I'll get over it. It's okay.
17% for Fry, 31% for Norman, and now...
How much for Fry? 17.
17.
And 31 for Norman?
That's right.
Of course, okay, Jules, yeah.
31
don't worry,
for
Jules.
Graham currently in the election day, 14 for Fry, and 32 for Norman.
Yeah, not much change, but she's not gotten worse anywhere. And she's gotten better significantly in some places. So and Norman just got an update somewhere that put him ahead. I think we might have got a nice
Pickens and Spartanburg.
I'm just going to grab a coffee.
Yeah, okay. Again,
give me 2 seconds.
This is probably
Harvard teaches a class about
7-8%
manipulating
of the
users with
statewide
social
vote from
media.
this county. And
isn't that just marketing?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that marketing and sales? Hold on. I'm just going to grab a coffee. Guys. Noisy, you're on my list. Deb!
There is a list.
So there we
I
are.
love it. Nah, I'll be back, guys. 2 minutes. I'm just going to grab a coffee, okay? I'll give Ginger some cuddles, and I'll be back. Coffee, cuddles, back.
One of the biggest
I'll leave
counties
this on.
in the state, right? His biggest opponent right now is Russell Fry, and in the biggest county in the state, he's beating him by 27 points right now, almost 28 points in Greenville County. So this is, when you're looking at, okay, then we just got another update. That was a pretty big one that just came in to put Fry up. Where did that come from?
Horry County, another update.
We got more. So again, this is a little bit, it was another 10%. They've been coming in like 10% increments here. Though notably, as we've gotten more, Fry's getting 43% of the vote. This is a vote-rich county in his district. So that update was helpful for him in that it vaulted him in the tally ahead of Norman. Although, as we say, he's running out of votes in his best area. And by the way, his best area has been tightening up as the election day vote has come in. Graham has been taking a really good chunk of that election day vote. So again, is that diluting a bit of what Fry was hoping to get out of here, which I think he badly needs, because there's a lot of, if you're Norman, I think there's a lot of good stuff potentially for you to come in those two places, because we still don't have anything election day from York, and we still don't have anything election day. Here comes our update on, we're doing the news now, folks. Here it comes. Or there's still another interview. It looks like we may have a little time here.
Lexington was the most recent.
We just got election day here.
Yeah.
How's that running?
Let's see. Graham is running about the same, 38% in the pre-election versus election.
What about
day.
Fry?
Fry, he's running 3 points less.
Okay, and yes, shoot, what did I
just hit the shortcut at the bottom.
Okay. I don't know what I even did. Sorry, Nikki Haley fans, I don't mean to remind you of. All right, what did I do?
26.
Okay. Okay, so there is a news now here coming. I can hear they're in another segment though. Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm just looking at this and thinking like, well, I was about to say, I'm saying, if you're Norman, you might have more to look forward to. Although these are the big questions right now between Fry and Norman. And this is a big county, Lexington County. In this race, the race we're focused on right now, Fry versus Norman, no one's getting an advantage out of here. It's a wash. It was not a wash with numbers that we saw here. So we got 55% in Aiken now, meaning we're now showing a significant election day vote here.
Yes.
And it's not at all resembling what went up earlier from our system.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's big. If you were watching 30 minutes ago, remember Aiken lit up and it was that maroon Fry color, and we said, holy cow, way outside his congressional district, Fry just got like 44% of the vote, and it was telling us completed, and then we said this might be a sort of a glitch in the system in the stream. It's looking like it is, because we now have a ton of election day vote in here. Fry's running back at 22.6%. He's not getting to 44% here. We're about to do the hit.
And some breaking news coming out of Connecticut. NBC News can now project that Ned Lamont is the winner of the Democratic governor's primary race, beating out his opponent, Josh Elliott. Let's go back to NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, is this a surprise? What should we know now?
Yeah, no, I think it was pretty expected here. We were saying there's a bit of irony in this for folks with a long memory that Ned Lamont launched his political career as the insurgent candidate of the left against Senator Joe Lieberman. That was 20 years ago in 2006, and it's come around enough that Lamont, now seeking another term as governor, faced an insurgent candidate from the left here in this primary. But Lamont really no problem here surviving it, a 2-to-1 margin here. NBC News has already declared him the winner. But within Connecticut, there's another long-tenured incumbent, a much longer tenured incumbent, who I think is in some serious trouble right now. And I'll call that one up on the screen. It's right here. John Larson, the congressman from Connecticut's 1st District. It's based in Hartford, although this district sort of has tentacles extending in a bunch of different directions. But Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, who already secured the endorsement of the Connecticut Democratic Party in this race. That was a very ominous sign for Larson. Now the vote is coming in slowly, but it's been coming in consistently. Different parts of this district. No surprise in his political base of Hartford, where he was mayor. Bronin leading there. Happens. But I mean, you can get out here, small towns, far away from Hartford, suburbs of Hartford, well-to-do suburbs. Across the board, you're seeing Bronin put up very encouraging numbers here. So I think Lamont survives in the governor's race, but essentially a 28-year House incumbent, John Larson, he was a member of the House Democratic leadership from 2006 to 2014, I believe, in big trouble right now, deep trouble.
Now, latest from Connecticut there. Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you so very much.
Okay, yeah, that, Lars, we set the bar low on Connecticut results, but I think something might be. Well, let's keep an eye on there in Connecticut, because I think something might be on the way, if you know what I mean. And if you tell me. Anything come in significantly in South Carolina? It looks Norman, I see, got back into second. Let's in fact kind of dwell on that. And do we have more in? We're getting some Richland. Correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but was the initial Richland thing that came up like an hour ago also very favorable to Fry?
I think I remember that. I don't have the accurate screenshot in my head, but I think that sounds right.
Okay. I mean, the point is what's there now isn't, from the standpoint of trying to create separation with Norman. These are big counties. This is very big. Lexington. Fry and Norman are basically tied. Richland, Fry is third, but it's not far back. It's a 2-point margin there. He's not going to create much separation doing that. But this was big because it hinted at the possibility of a breakout success for Fry in a big county far from his district, a big vote-rich county.
Okay, shall we come back to this in 30 minutes? I've got a couple more things to go through. We'll come back to that, eh? Oh, what? Why did it take that away? Hold up, 1 second. We'll come back to that. I've got. There's actually like a 25-minute video that I can play. That'd be pretty cool to play. Hold up, let me just open Kornacki's shit again, because I want that going in the background so I can keep a track of it. Okay, so I've got Kornacki here, so I'll know if something happens. And let's do this.
But the reality, AI was supposed to kick off a white-collar purge, but the reality is different. In Fortune 500 boardrooms across the country, thousands of AI agents are being shut down, not because they didn't work, but because they're a legal time bomb. The narrative is that tech giants are spending everything to win an AI arms race, but the reality is much messier. They're stripping the liability out of their systems while pouring billions into the build-out. And when the dust settles, someone still has to pay for it. The U.S. interstate highway system is 48,000 miles long. It took 35 years to build and cost $630 billion in today's money. It is, by any measure, one of the most consequential infrastructure investments in human history. Meanwhile, big tech is spending $725 billion in 2026 on AI infrastructure alone. That number has more than doubled in just 2 years and is projected to keep climbing into the trillions by 2030. In fact, Goldman Sachs now estimates that the total AI infrastructure bill between now and 2031 will exceed $7.61 trillion. For that kind of money, you'd expect a revolution. What these companies are getting right now is cents on the dollar. The entire global AI services market in 2025 generated around $25 billion against hundreds of billions of infrastructure spending. When a Chinese startup called DeepSeek revealed in January 2025 that it had built a competitive AI model using NVIDIA's lower-end chips for under $6 million.
I'll put Kornacki Cam in the corner there. So that timer is counting down. So let's just catch this little bit before we head back into Kornacki Cam. I was really keen to see what this video was about. So
It seemed almost impossible, but it still shook the market, wiping out around $590 billion from NVIDIA's market cap in a single day. It was the largest single-day loss in U.S. stock market history. DeepSeek, far from breaking AI, merely raised the question every investor had asked himself: what exactly are we paying for? The companies spending this money don't just have it lying around, they are borrowing it. Well, Alphabet quadrupled its long-term debt in 2025 to $46.5 billion. The 5 biggest tech companies issued $108 billion in new bonds last year alone. Bank of America now estimates that AI CapEx now consumes 95% of operating cash flows after dividends. Amazon is projecting a 95% decline in free cash flow thanks to its AI build-out costs. They are, in essence, mortgaging their present against a future that hasn't shown up yet. The gamble is genuinely alarming. If it were startups chasing hype, that would be one thing. These are the most sophisticated capital allocators on the earth. When they spend like this, they either know something the rest of us don't, or they're caught up in something they can't stop without admitting they were wrong. Either way, something has broken. To understand what, you have to go back to the moment a grieving man in Vancouver asked an airline chatbot a simple question and changed corporate legal history forever. On the day his grandmother died, Jake Moffat opened his laptop and went to Air Canada's website to book a flight from Vancouver to Toronto. He had one question: did the airline offer bereavement fares, and could he apply for one after the fact? He asked the chatbot and it said yes. It told him to submit his request within 90 days of purchase and the discount would be retroactively applied. So Moffat booked the ticket, flew to Toronto, came home, and then filed the request like he'd been told. And Air Canada denied it. Their actual policy, as it turns out, required bereavement fare requests to be made before travel. The AI chatbot had simply made up a policy that didn't exist, stated it with complete confidence, and sent a grieving man to buy a full-price ticket based on a lie. So Moffat sued. And what happened next is the reason every corporate lawyer in America now has an opinion about chatbots. Air Canada's legal defense was interesting. They argued it could not be held liable for information provided by its chatbot because the chatbot was, quote, a separate legal entity responsible for its own actions.
What?
They had deployed a piece of software to represent their company, and when that software caused harm, their position was essentially, don't look at us. Tribunal member Christopher Rivers was not impressed. While a chatbot has an interactive component, he wrote, it is still just a part of Air Canada's website. It should be obvious to Air Canada that it is responsible for all the information on its website. It makes no difference whether the information comes from a static page or a chatbot. Air Canada was ordered to pay $812 Canadian, and in perspective, that amount is trivial. The precedent was not. That ruling landed in February 2024. What followed was a corporate panic that never made headlines, but could be seen in the risk sections of SEC filings. In 2020, 4% of public companies mentioned AI as a material risk in their annual filings. By 2024, that number was 43%. Among the Fortune 500 specifically, 56% now lists AI as a formal risk factor. Among media and entertainment companies, it's 92%. The SEC itself has been sending enforcement letters demanding more specific disclosures, backed by $8.2 billion in financial remedies in the year 2024 alone. Climate change took decades to achieve similar disclosure penetration across corporate America. AI did it in 3 years. What the Air Canada ruling established is that whatever your AI says to a customer, you said it. You can't outsource the liability to the software you employ. You can't just point at the machine and then look innocent. You are the machine. For a technology that can't guarantee...
Did you guys know about this? Did you know about this?
It won't make things up. That ruling created an absolute certainty. Deploy AI at scale, and eventually liability follows. The bigger question is, will there be anyone left to cover the bill? In July 2024, research and advisory firm Gartner predicted that at least 30% of enterprise Gen AI projects would be abandoned after proof of concept by the end of 2025. By April 2026, they had to revise their original estimate. It turns out that it was actually more like 40% of enterprise AI projects launched in the previous 2 years that would be scrapped before they ever shipped. Separately, Gartner now predicts that over 40% of agentic AI projects, the next generation of AI tools companies are currently betting on, will be canceled by the end of 2027. The graveyard keeps growing. S&P Global Market Intelligence put some finer numbers on it. The average organization scrapped 46% of AI proof of concepts before reaching production. Of the projects initiated, only 48% make it to production.
Oh my gosh! Corporates don't even know how to use the AI? Oh my gosh!
They don't know what the they're doing.
What? Oh my goodness!
With an average of 8 months between prototype and launch. That is 8 months of engineering hours, infrastructure costs, and executive attention on a coin flip chance of shipping anything at the end of it. McKinsey, another consulting firm...
Yeah, I never ever thought about the fact that corporates are actually too stupid to use AI. Oh my gosh! I cannot believe that happened. They're too dumb! Too dumb!
Firm surveyed organizations globally in late 2025, and they found that 88% use AI in at least one business function. If that sounds like a success story, it's not. Only 39% reported any measurable impact on earnings. At most, 61% reported no meaningful financial impact on their business whatsoever. Roughly 6 in 10 companies have plugged AI into their operations and can't point to a measurable return it's made them. The reasons are familiar enough that Gartner has named them outright: poor data quality, weak risk controls, rising costs, and unclear business value. Each project costs between $5 and $20 million to build and deploy. Multiply that across thousands of Fortune 500 initiatives, and you're looking at tens of billions of dollars buried in the corporate graveyard. It gets even worse for big tech. A 2024 Deloitte survey found that 47% of enterprise AI users admitted to making at least one major business decision based on the content AI had simply invented. In other words, nearly half had already trusted a hallucination with real-world consequences. Granted, things have evolved a lot since 2024. The efficiency revolution is still an aspirational possibility as agentic AI improves. But you wouldn't be human if you hadn't wondered why the flaws you've seen firsthand seem absent from the market's calculations. There's a particular breed of corporate fear that shows up where you would least expect it: insurance contracts. Basically, if the people whose entire business model depends on their ability to correctly price risk deem something uninsurable, that is usually a huge red flag. In January 2026, the Insurance Services Office introduced new exclusions targeting generative AI. Essentially, if generative AI causes the damage, don't assume you're covered. New policy language.
Whoa! Oh my goodness! Insurance companies are bailing? I did not know this! I never thought about insurance companies and liability. Oh my... What am I doing?
They don't know what the they're doing.
Began excluding claims tied to AI-generated text, images, audio, video, and code. That is every large language model ever built. The chatbots, the AI co-pilots, the autonomous agents, all of them circled with black ink and excluded from the policies that cover 82% of U.S. businesses. In 2024 and 25, insurers had been narrowing AI coverage in existing policies by tightening up language and adding exclusions. W.R. Berkeley introduced an absolute AI exclusion across directors and officers, errors and omissions, and fiduciary liability.
Oh my gosh! Oh, dude, I didn't even realize it. This is what we should be investigating, is like, what are insurance companies saying? How obvious?
Liability lines. AIG saw that and they said, well, we'll have more of the same. Great American Insurance followed. Chubb, Travelers, Berkshire Hathaway received state regulatory approval for their own exclusions. State regulators have been approving more than 80% of those requests. The industry has seen this movie before. A decade ago, cyber insurance went through an identical cycle. There was invisible coverage until claims mounted, and then came the exclusions. Eventually, standalone products emerged at premiums most companies couldn't stomach. The AI liability market is speed-running the same cycle. Insurance companies are not moral actors. They do not exclude things because they find them distasteful. They exclude them because the numbers don't work.
Is Auntie not mod on YouTube? Hold on. Why is Auntie Wash not mod on YouTube? Auntie Wash, hold on. There you go, Auntie Wash. I made you a mod.
They tried to price in AI liability throughout 2024 and 2025, and 42% of insurers reported tracking no AI risk metrics at all. When you can't measure risk, you can't price it. And when you can't price it, you exclude it. The legal system said, whatever your AI does, you did it. The insurance industry said, and we won't be covering that, which left every company still running public-facing AI deployment holding the entire liability themselves, all on hardware that was simultaneously losing most of its value. In the summer of 2023, if you wanted to rent a single NVIDIA H100 GPU, a foundational chip in the inception of the AI arms race, you were paying between $7 and $10 an hour. To buy one outright on the secondary market, you were looking at $40,000 to $50,000 per card. Startups were putting H100s on their balance sheets like assets, and venture capitalists were asking portfolio companies how many they had on their books. NVIDIA's market cap soon passed the $1 trillion threshold, and it kept rising. In February 2026, it hit $5 trillion. The H100 was, for a brief, dizzying moment, the most strategically valuable piece of hardware on the earth. Today, you can rent one for $2 an hour. In June 2025, AWS cut H100 pricing by 45% overnight. The secondary market collapsed right behind it. GPUs that had sold for as much as $50,000 during the AI boom were suddenly worth less than half that. Entire H100 server systems that once cost more than $350,000 were now trading for a fraction of their peak value. Over 300 new GPU cloud providers entered the market in 2025 alone, all of them selling capacity that nobody was buying at the rate anyone projected. Thousands of companies weighing up where to sell the cards at a loss. It is the difference between making payroll and not making payroll. This signals a deeper problem about the infrastructure thesis that justified the entire build-out. The argument was always that compute was scarce, that scarcity created value, and whoever controlled the most compute would win out in the AI race. DeepSeek fractured that argument by building a model competitive with GPT-4 on a budget that Meta spends on catering. The telecom industry learned the lesson the hard way in the late 1990s when companies invested more than $500 billion in fiber optic cables based on projections of a 1,000% annual internet traffic growth. When monetization stalled, the debt markets closed. Miles of fiber sat dark for years, owned by companies that no longer existed. The asset had been real, but the business model built on top of it had not. No amount of Google fiber buildouts by the 2010s could fix that. The H100 fire sale is the fiber glut of 2025. The hardware is real, the revenue was supposed to follow. It hasn't. Today, the trillion-dollar companies watching their hardware depreciate have made a calculated decision on what to do with their cash instead. There's a move corporations make when they believe their own stock is a better investment than their future. They take their cash and they use it to buy back their own shares. This reduces the number of shares in circulation, boosting earnings per share, which then lifts the stock price. Investors love it. Boards love it. Everyone wins. Yet it is a signal that the smartest people in the room looked at every opportunity available and they chose not to bet on the future. Instead, they bet on the thing already making money today. Over the last 5 years, the companies loudest about the AI revolution have been doing exactly this at a scale that is difficult to fully absorb. Alphabet has spent about $280 billion buying back its own stock. Meta and Microsoft have spent tens of billions. Apple, which barely talked about AI until recently, has spent $704 billion buying back its own stock over the past decade. That's more than the entire market value of 488 companies in the S&P 500. And then the data center bills started piling up. All of the money disappeared. In September 2024, Microsoft promised shareholders a $60 billion buyback program. It signaled that the company was flush, confident, and committed to returning cash to the people who owned it. A year later, $57.3 billion of that promise still sits completely untouched. Microsoft didn't change its mind, but every spare dollar was getting redirected into paying for servers, data centers, and AI infrastructure instead. In other words, they wrote the check, they just couldn't afford to cash it. This is what the AI arms race really looks like from the inside. The story being sold is one of a confident sprint into the future. The reality is a scramble to fund it. Companies are being squeezed between investor expectations and the soaring cost of AI infrastructure. For Microsoft, that's led to a $60 billion commitment sitting on the books like an IOU that nobody can collect. Alphabet's free cash flow is projected to plummet almost 90% in 2026, from $73.7 billion down to $8.2 billion. And in 2025, Alphabet, Amazon, Oracle, Meta, and Microsoft issued $121 billion in new debt via bonds to keep the lights on. That is 4 times what the entire tech industry borrowed on average in any year of the previous decade. The AI revolution is being funded on credit, not profits. And the org charts that were supposed to prove this was working have started to change. At some point in 2023, someone in a corporate communications department typed the words generative AI into a press release and felt genuinely excited about their job. The phrase had some weight. It had mystery. It implied that the machine was creating something, thinking almost, generating. The word did a lot of heavy lifting for a lot of companies that had no idea what they were actually going to do with the technology. By 2026, the impetus for generative AI has turned into agentic workflows. People are talking about autonomous process orchestration and intelligent automation. It's the exact same technology, but the promises for what it can deliver are dramatically smaller. Today, the gap between the language of 2023 and the language of 2026 tells you almost everything you need to know about what happened in between. The conversation has shifted from possibility to proof, from what could this do to what did it actually deliver. The companies that survived the graveyard of AI project rollouts did so by making their AI projects smaller, narrower, and harder to sue over. Not by funneling all their cash into chatbots that could answer any question, or AI that writes company strategy well. What this means is a lot of routing software that sends customer service tickets to the right department and AI that scans contracts for non-standard clauses, things that are dull, specific, and measurable. Things that are wrong in ways that humans can still catch before they get expensive. And the job titles reflect that. In 2025, 26% of organizations had a Chief AI Officer, or CAIO. By 2026, that number jumped to 76%, tripling in a single year, according to an IBM study of 2,000 CEOs across 33 countries. But read the fine print on what those CAIOs are actually being hired to do, and it is obvious the role has fundamentally changed. It used to be AI evangelists promoting the technology. Now it's executives responsible for things like risk management, regulatory compliance, and governance. The EU AI Act kicks in fully in August 2026, requiring companies to identify exactly who is accountable when their AI causes harm. The CAIO is increasingly the person whose name goes on that form.
Wow.
Probably not the job description anyone imagined when they coined the title, but here we are. Meanwhile, the outcome of the earnings calls has quietly shifted too. AI-powered is out. Outcome-focused workflows is in, which is, if you read it slowly enough, a very expensive way of saying that the AI does a specific task and you can measure whether it worked or not. The dream that produced the $725 billion build-out was always something closer to science fiction. AI that could run an entire department, write strategy, replace an entire team, or what have you. CAIOs with compliance checklists and the EU AI Act obligations are now doing work that would have been unrecognizable to the people who wrote the original press releases. The revolution got a job in middle management. And the reason it ended up there is something the industry has been trying to explain away since the beginning. Back in 2023, when ChatGPT was still a twinkle in many people's eyes, attorneys Stephen Schwartz and Peter Leduca filed a legal brief in the Southern District of New York. The brief cited very real-sounding cases with very real-sounding names and very real-sounding outcomes as precedent.
Wow.
Varghese v. China Southern Airlines, Martinez v. Delta Airlines, and
Oh my
Shaboon
gosh.
v. Egypt Air. And then Judge P. Kevin Castle looked them up and none of them existed. ChatGPT had invented every single one, with absolute confidence. Schwartz and Leduca were sanctioned, publicly humiliated, and their names are now permanently attached to one of the most cautionary legal filings in American judicial history, Mata v. Avianca. That was in 2023. Things didn't improve. In August 2025, U.S. District Judge Allison Bacchus sanctioned a lawyer whose brief contained 12 fabricated or unsupported citations.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, they're so stupid! This motherfucker just probably typed in, "Hey AI, give me some cases to work with." I can't!
Out of 19. A California court ordered 2 law firms to pay just over $31,000 in fees for filing what the judge described as bogus AI-generated research. In February 2025, 3 lawyers from the national firm Morgan & Morgan were sanctioned for the same thing. There are now over 1,600 documented cases involving AI-generated hallucinations.
Whoa, 16!
With 79% of lawyers reporting that they use AI tools internally in their practice. Why does this keep happening? Why hasn't it been fixed? Well, because it can't be. Large language models are actually very poor at looking things up. They're not attuned to retrieving facts from specific databases and handing them to you on a platter. Rather, their entire mechanism, start to finish, is to predict the next most statistically likely word based on patterns learned from training data. That's it. When the output stops being true, there's no internal alarm klaxons that start blaring. It's rare that your local LLM will humble itself enough to admit that it's actually not really too sure about that fact or how it even got there logically. The model will generate whatever continuation sounds most plausible. Sometimes that is perfectly accurate. Sometimes it's Varghese v. China Southern Airlines, a case that doesn't exist, described in convincing detail to a federal judge. In 2025, OpenAI researchers proved this. Their conclusion was that LLM hallucinations were such a big part of how these systems generate text that they had become mathematically inevitable. The same predictive mechanism that makes them useful is the same mechanism that makes them lie. You can't have one without the other. The numbers are not flattering. A 2026 benchmark across 37 models found hallucination rates ranging from 15% to 52%. Those are the best models money can buy. The single most reliable one still gets it wrong 1 time in 7. Stanford found rates between 58% and 88% in legal queries specifically. In medical case summaries, 64% hallucinate without mitigation. The industry average across leading models sits around 22%.
Wow.
That means the AI your company deployed to talk to customers is confidently wrong 1 out of every 5 interactions. Some newer reasoning models hallucinate more than older ones. The technology is not converging on zero, it is converging on less catastrophically bad than before, which is a very different thing. A human employee who got their facts wrong at these rates would not survive their first week at a job. The fact that these systems were deployed to millions of people simultaneously should raise another obvious question. If this is the technology, who on earth is actually making money from it? While the Fortune 500 was busy canceling chatbots, a firm called Jane Street posted $39.6 billion in net trading revenue in 2025. That is more than Goldman Sachs. It's more than JP Morgan's entire trading operation. And all of that was generated by roughly 3,000 people working across 4 offices using AI systems. In Q2 2025 alone, Jane Street made $10.1 billion. It was a record for any trading firm in history. For comparison, Citadel Securities posted $12.2 billion for the full year, a 25% increase over 2024. Hudson River Trading posted $12.3 billion. These firms combined to handle more than half of the captured market-making revenue.
Folks, we're 5 minutes away from the Hong Dynasty, okay? 5 minutes.
In quantitative trading globally. They are, by any measure, the most profitable AI operations on Earth. The reason you haven't heard much about them in the AI debate is simple. Their systems aren't writing emails or answering customer service tickets. They execute trades in microseconds across $2 trillion in monthly equity volume. In that world, the data is so clean and feedback is so immediate that a hallucination is instantly exposed as an expensive mistake. The compute is the same, the feedback loop isn't. When Jane Street's AI is wrong, the market tells it immediately and charges it money for the error. Forget 90-day grace periods while customers file a legal complaint. There is absolutely no tribunal ruling on whether the output was misleading in the first place. Wrong is financial loss, potentially financial ruin for some, which triggers instant retraining. The system improves because it can't afford not to. The winners of the AI revolution so far are companies that have found problems where wrong answers are caught fast, cost real money, and force immediate correction. These AI models have something that the enterprise chatbots don't: a brutally honest referee. The companies without it are the ones staring at empty data centers and unpaid energy bills. And the bill in 2026 is coming due. CoreWeave is, depending on who you ask, either the most important AI infrastructure company in America or the most instructive cautionary tale. It grew from $16 million in revenue in 2022 to $1.9 billion in 2024.
Oh, shit.
It owns and operates the GPU clusters that power a significant chunk of the AI build-out. It also has $24.5 billion in total debt, $7.5 billion in interest payments due by the end of 2026. 62% of its revenue comes from a single customer, Microsoft. That same Microsoft that just told shareholders its free cash flow is collapsing, and its $60 billion buyback program is sitting untouched because it can't afford to execute it. That is undoubtedly a very expensive gamble on one relationship. The AI data center build-out is starting to look familiar to financial historians, just like the telecom boom that ended with dark fiber in 2001 and $2 trillion in market value wiped out in 2 years. The infrastructure was real, the revenue never showed up. Now the ground is shifting again. Investor Michael Burry, the man who predicted the 2008 financial crash, has argued that hyperscalers are depreciating NVIDIA's chips over 5 to 6 years. That is, despite their economic life being closer to 2 or 3. He puts the understated depreciation across the industry at roughly $176 billion through 2028. Meanwhile, Chinese AI labs are closing the performance gap with American frontier models in weeks at a fraction of the cost. A new open-weight model from China can trade blows with GPT-5 on engineering benchmarks at 1/6 the price per token. Intelligence is getting cheaper faster than the infrastructure built to sell it can depreciate. Roughly half of U.S. data centers planned for 2026 are already facing delay or cancellation. And now NVIDIA has released a desktop computer, the DGX Spark, that costs $4,700. It sits next to your monitor and it runs models that just 2 years ago required an entire server room. If that level of compute can sit on a desk, the demand for billion-dollar data centers doesn't have to collapse. It just has to grow slower than investors were promised. And that gap between projection and reality is what turns $725 billion of infrastructure into a very expensive mistake. And now everyone can see it. It seems like the AI revolution isn't living up to its hype. In fact, it may be worse. Watch $115 billion burn rate. The AI bubble just popped to see why the warning signs are flashing for big
Oh my goodness. Okay, Kornacki. We got to go back to Kornacki.
So the vote to win statewide.
1 minute.
Hong probably does not need to get anywhere close to an outright majority tonight to win. For that matter, Crowley wouldn't either. But I think that's something worth keeping in mind. I think you're going to see.
I'm just going to use the bathroom. I'll be back.
That are coming in.
Just going to take a leak.
These candidates that dropped out in July. Now, 1 minute till poll close. That's to be the question. That's a huge question we're going to be asking. As these vote returns come in, it's handled differently in different places. In most counties here, what you're going to be seeing is a mix of all types of votes. The votes that were cast today in person, we expect those to be the closest between these candidates, right? The votes that were cast by mail in July or any other time, and the votes that were cast early. Generally in these counties, it's going to be a mix of those things. There are some big exceptions. The biggest one to tell you about is that the city of Milwaukee takes all of its early vote, counts it up, and releases it generally at the very end of the night. So that could come into play too. But I think if past is prologue, 20 seconds till poll closing, one of the first significant counties to report is going to be Waukesha County. You know Waukesha County and its importance in statewide elections in Wisconsin, big suburban county outside Milwaukee. They reported a big chunk of vote about 15 minutes after poll close in 2024. Polls are now closed in Wisconsin. We wait for this thing to light up. I have here, we're going to rely on this tonight. I'm using a lot of what I'm using here is the Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden 2020 Democratic primary. A couple other things, but we've basically created benchmarks for both Crowley and for Hong based on getting 45% of the vote statewide. Remember, we said if 10% of the vote went to all these other candidates, then you need 45 to win statewide. Okay. Now, if more than 10 to go into these other candidates, you need less than 45. But the benchmarks I've got for both Hong and Crowley here are based on getting 45% statewide. And we may get, I'm going to make sure I'm back on the statewide here.
Where are we?
We may get our first significant readout from Waukesha. And by the way, we're not sure. There's so many variables in this. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple of early counties and one candidate's clearing the benchmarks and the other one's missing it, it could mean that there are other counties where the reverse is happening. It may take a little bit for this pattern to come into focus. It may, or a more decisive result here tonight, could give us a more decisive result. Could give us an earlier answer. That's like a
Tex Pie. Thank you so much.
But if it's like,
one flag on turnout right now.
Yeah.
We did raise the total expected vote in Wisconsin statewide, including 40,000 more votes in Dane County based on high turnout.
Wow. And what's the total statewide expected now?
The total statewide for the governor's race is 703.
Can you tell me what Milwaukee is? Milwaukee County?
122,000.
So that went up slightly. That's, and that's the other thing to again, anything that, we'll switch over to anything that comes in. Why do I always do this? This is the biggie.
Hi.
This is the biggie.
Welcome, Tex Pie.
20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee, too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically, recently, Madison, Dane County, this is like, it just gets bluer and bluer. You see it in presidential elections. We're always talking about this. This has become more, this used to be the sort of the heart of the Democratic, of Democratic Milwaukee. Now Dane County is. What Adam just said is like, they're updating significantly the estimated vote in Dane County particularly. The estimate in Dane that Adam just gave me is significantly up from where it was at the start of Election Day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high turnout today, particularly in Dane. Dane is the place.
Let's go.
Dane has got to be like the epicenter for her campaign.
Let's see the votes.
That is an encouraging tidbit for them before anything. For her campaign before anything actually comes in terms of results. But keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with El Sayed? We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong. And Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin, that looms as just, as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, that here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at like, Stevens, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university, smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County, those WOW counties they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki. Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like 8 we've put together here.
Guys, I feel something is in the air. Can you feel it? Can you feel that something is in the air? I want to know right now. What do you think is in the air? I want to know. What is that bouquet I'm sensing? Did Ginger just fart? Ginger, did you fart? Is it the Hong dynasty? Are we actually just smelling the Hong dynasty? Smoke? Air? Liberal tears? Oh, shit!
Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here. I think the thing that jumps out is just, look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something, but I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out.
Whoa, what do you mean? Bro, it's like 14 vote difference.
But except to say that's just
I
everywhere.
smell
Keep in
nuts.
mind, I said, what if it's 10%? What if it's 15%? What if it's a lot more than that? It's going to those other candidates. And again, I think if you're Hong, and you've got that, we know there is a very big sort of left-wing base. They're very activated left-wing base. We know we expect certainly young voters we'll be talking about. If that win number is the lower it gets, probably the better it is for her. That's more from Jefferson just coming in. We're getting some more precincts. We're getting 15% in Jefferson, yeah, and already, holy cow! Look at how many. This is 2/3 of the vote for these two.
Let's
go! 11 for Kelderoy's. 9. Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Out of the race. And yet,
Francesca Hong.
A third of the vote here
we need
go to the other candidates. Okay, so for what it's worth, we put benchmarks together to hit 45% for these two candidates. What did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45% needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower
Intifada.
just much lower vote for the two of them. Again, this is just we're looking at, you know, a town or something in Jefferson County, Wisconsin.
Neck and neck, everybody.
So we're gonna need a lot more than this
and neck
to go on. And not every county. I said what we see in Waukesha. Also, I should note, not every county does what Waukesha does with
what does Waukesha do?
Mix of all types of votes at all times. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to keep in mind, the possibility here that you're looking at, because there's so much vote here going to the other candidate. Well, it wouldn't make sense that this is the early vote because Crowley was doing terribly when that July.
Yeah, just looking at the reporting website, it looks like maybe this is about 4 precincts, and it looks like it's, you know, a few precincts scattered around the county. They don't break out vote modes,
right?
But it does look like, you know, it's a couple precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from Jefferson. We're up to
Jefferson. Did they do this in the judicial race too? I think Jefferson was giving us
potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
now
shit.
Okay, it is interesting that what just came in there, Crowley again leading Hong here.
Come on.
By a point. Their share just jumped up almost about 8 points. The combined Crowley-Hong share. So again, just in terms of trying to discern, were we looking at more early skewed vote versus election day? Bottom line, though, is, you know, this is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility of more to quickly come. And if we get something big from Waukesha, this thing is it's potentially earth-shattering. Not trying to oversell it, but
he's happier today.
And again, Waukesha.
He's happier today.
If you're stop Hong, it's got to be Crowley. If you're to Hong side here, and this thing is you're ever ahead with, if we had a substantial update, is what I'm saying here. 20% of the vote, something like that. I think this is going to be an important signal here. If we are indeed about to get a Waukesha
drop it. 2%
update.
Yep.
It's another one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
Now it's dropping.
Not a ton, but that's again what we're seeing. We're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns.
How's his water situation?
From November it was sort of these outlying small.
I just don't understand how he can drink that much water and just not be going to the bathroom.
And
Bro, there's another one.
What was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had it at about a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45. Like the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say,
wow,
for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount.
Who's the Israeli
I don't want to
puppet?
lose the plot at all on Waukesha.
Crowley.
Adam, keep me honest here on anything else.
Wisconsin, what are you doing?
Okay, so now this is starting to get a little more substantial here. Now we're up closer to about 10%. And yeah, I mean, that Crowley number just ticked down too, that Hong ticked up to, but 44.30, you know, again, just to...
Wisconsin? The fuck are you doing?
You know, what we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45, Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's very, very rough.
Bro, you got another one.
So
you got another
early
one.
On, these are some. I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this a game, or was this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon, these are provisionally encouraging numbers for you. But again, it's limited here. But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without Jefferson's complete. Jefferson's complete. So, wow, that was fast. And again, I felt in a race, our benchmark, it's saying, trying to get to 45% statewide for these candidates, had Crowley 46, Hong 44 here, okay? And obviously, the early indications are it's going to take less than 45% to win this thing statewide. But, you could see that's right in line. It's for each candidate, it's right in line, because that works the other way, too. That's a 45-45 tie. That's each of them.
Basically, what he's saying.
Okay, Waukesha.
Basically, what he's saying is Crowley isn't winning the states he's supposed to win big enough. But we need to see some light blues on the map, folks. We need to see some light blue on the maps. Let's go. Let's go. Get some light blue on the map, bruh.
Head of Mossad.
We may get another Waukesha update in a minute.
Okay, yeah, just
folks.
this new thing I'm trying to.
Bill Clinton wants to. For some reason, he wants to say something.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
For fuck's sakes, Bill, not now.
A projection.
Not now, Bill.
Oh, I just ruined it.
All right, we got another Waukesha.
Waukesha!
Now you know how I feel.
Okay. I spent an
His
hour
lead
on
went
that, I
out.
just ruined it.
His lead went
all right,
out.
we're at about, I mean, look, Crowley, we thought to get to 45% statewide, okay? The rough thing we were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here was 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6, okay, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong, to be getting, to 45% statewide, we said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson, okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can see that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, So between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this
a
game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places. It's very
Hong went up.
Now, in La Crosse County, we got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect Hong to be doing much better. Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates.
Folks, I need energy. I need energy. What the fuck is everybody doing? I need your energy right now. Energy in the chat, please.
Basically, Hong could win this thing narrowly. Could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out statewide right here. Waukesha's up to 33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46%, and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's just go through. Significant vote. Bashar only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now this is interesting because I would put this in this is a county Hong should be winning, and she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is just 12% of the vote. We don't know where it's from. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here.
This Crowley guy was terrible.
Continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. Sook County, what do we have here? We have about half the vote. Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. He wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. And Columbia, he'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7%. It's a small county. That's subject to kind of jumping around. So we say 6% of the vote is in statewide, and everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game tonight.
The fact that he even calls them the establishment, should tell you something.
I really, the thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm saying he's hitting numbers here, is what happens in Dane County, again with that through the roof turnout apparently that we have in our system here. If you give me 2
Did you guys
minutes,
hear that, Nick?
maybe
Nick
even less,
snap?
and Adam,
Sheesh.
shout if anything else comes in. I'll drop what I'm doing. I want to try to get this right. This thing that I screwed up. So I'm just going to bear with me. This is all directly Wisconsin related, what I'm doing right now.
Fool me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled.
Not now, Bush. Oh, we got a runoff. Graham didn't hold the seat. It's a runoff. It's a runoff, folks. Oh, the My Pillow guy. My Pillow guy is running. Oh, shit. My Pillow guy is running. Amy Klobuchar. Klobuchar.
Anything else?
Small updates.
Peggy Flanagan.
You do one keystroke and it doesn't let you do the back arrow thing.
May his pillow smell like flatulence until the end of his days. May he get severe pink eye every day.
We just got some more Waukesha and Outagamie.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Outagamie. Let's go right up there. We got. Okay, this is. Remember, I said this is like. I think Outagamie is like a swing. A swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in Outagamie, Appleton, Wisconsin. Here, Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what we. There's Dane. There's Dane. Okay, holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be okay. Not everything in Dane is Madison, is University of Wisconsin, but I want to say this is supposed to be based on the benchmarks we're talking about. This is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest share of had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the votes statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%. And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If it looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet.
Yeah.
But a few precincts from Fitchburg and Sun Prairie and some around the county.
Okay, I mean, right. There's a lot of, it's a super, super liberal county. There are, well-to-do, affluent, more professional class, even older, very
Boomers.
liberal, politically engaged voters.
Just say boomers, bro. Just say boomers. It's okay.
Just college kids and young kids, and that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. If anything like this persists in Dane, Hong has to win Dane. She has to win it by a good margin. We said Kenosha could be a good bellwether tonight. Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage. Up in Racine County.
It's so funny. Like, he won't spend any time in the places that Hong wins to talk about her lead. Like, obviously 25% in on that fucking thing.
Them all and say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think, encouraging numbers. Dane, we're still at 5. Columbia 7. Sook, we're at 60. He's at 41 here. They're not in La Crosse. We got a third of the vote here. In La Crosse.
Another Dane update.
We got Dane. Okay, that just flipped to Hong. Yeah! Okay, well, it flipped to Hong. Now we're at a fifth of the vote in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but it barely flipped to Hong. You're looking at the precincts. Can you see if anything is in? If we're in Madison, some idea where we are right here. This is.
Yeah, we are digging into Madison now.
Yeah, I mean, she needs. I think a double-digit, margin over Crowley here. This is, these are underwhelming numbers if you're Hong. These are very underwhelming numbers so far. We haven't heard anything from Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee County is not just the city; it's the county. David Crowley is the county executive. It doesn't look like it's going to produce the same number of votes as Dane, but I tell you what, Okay, Eau Claire just flipped. So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we had about 20% here.
Let's go!
In Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now
Well done, my boy.
Here again, I think she'd want to be winning by a bigger share than this, perhaps. But it has now moved in her direction. Again, these votes come in from different places in the county. It's not all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in La Crosse. We're at 20 in Dane. We're at 50 in Waukesha. You know, again, for Crowley, that's I think that's a number that would land him, you know, if that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him, you know, that could land him in the mid 40s. You know, for Hong, that's just, you know, there's a lot of that you just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong. A lot of it's going to other candidates, right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now. 54% of the voters, now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha. And Hong's number ticks up a bit. Crowley's remains flat, okay? 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6, 5. So it's
some more out of Gamey just came in.
And more out of Gamey. Now that has flipped over to Hong.
Yeah.
Okay. We say this is a swing county. So now some
Intifada.
numbers are starting to move a little bit more for her. We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count. Okay.
Intifada.
She did flip over Eau Claire. We're starting to see a little bit more. What's this? Vernon County here, small. We're in the driftless area, right? La Crosse, we're at 1/3. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong with the lead there. Okay, so she's, you know, when I say these numbers early, you know, encouraging for Crowley. They're definitely, if you're Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. You know, could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as an emphatic yes. But they're not, you know, they're low. They're very low for Hong in Waukesha. And so far in Dane, not the kind of margin she's looking for. But it's vast, it's big. And so it's really put a, you know, qualify that because she could really pour it on in certain precincts in Dane County. We did, I think, it's just a little bit. Help me out.
Yeah, Crowley's an APEC guy. Crowley's an APEC guy, like super, like neoliberal.
7. Rock County, you know, that's a pretty big one. You know, Beloit, Janesville. We got about half the vote in here. And again, what did we think of this? You know, benchmark said Crowley should be outperforming Hong here by a few points. He is outperforming Hong here by a few points. Richland County, it's just like a precinct. Sook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley. You know, nothing yet from Milwaukee County. You know, what you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see a version of here. I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki than it is in Waukesha. 1/6 the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is like, you know, the numbers, the best numbers, if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now, the best numbers that you're seeing on this map, you know, I think are numbers that put you just where you'd need to be, like wouldn't give you much margin for error. So they're numbers that say has a chance,
Guys,
but
okay.
not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early, I think that's been settled. Won't. But again, if she's at that like just what she needs level / missing only slightly in a few places, again, depending on what's to come here, and if she can run up the score in parts of Dane County, you know, the sky could be the limit on what she gets out of there, and that can undo a lot. Milwaukee, I think Milwaukee County looms as a real X factor here. I think demographically, there's some reasons to think Hong is going to do quite well there. Our benchmarks say it's the kind of place she should win. These are rough benchmarks, as I say, but this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive. So
Another
that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update, Adam.
Oh,
Says, what do we got out of
wow.
Dane? So we went from 20% in to 31% in. That Crowley, that Hong margin over Crowley inches up, but it's not exploding yet.
It went up again.
We
It
still
went
have a lot
up
of precincts
again.
to come. I saw a little bit more, I think, coming in. Did I just see another county light up while we were? All right. I don't think I did actually. The biggest pieces of real estate we have in are a third of the vote in Dane. Again, what does that add up to statewide?
Oh.
Inside of 5,000 votes right now,
Oh.
statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, he's beating her by 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, still a quarter of the vote to come, okay? I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. So you're just looking at this.
Oh, something
trying to
came
look
in.
where each candidate can kind of get margin from here.
Bro, this guy's not paying
The
attention.
places Crowley's got to be looking are the WOW counties, certainly. The opportunity in Ozaki and Washington to get more there. And, Milwaukee, I think, can he win Milwaukee County? It's an interesting test. His political base versus, I think, demographically more friendly to Hong. And what's going on in Dane County? Can he ever keep Dane County close? Because, again, you're looking at, Adam, maybe we can give folks a sense of this. When we say a third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
In Dane County, our estimate is 108,000.
108,000 left, right. So if you start getting precincts that are breaking, areas that are breaking for Hong dramatically, that's a big pool of votes, that she could use to overwhelm.
We got Milwaukee.
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now. Wow. Now.
Close.
Wow. Now, do we know? Are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago, this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well. And this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And
Crazy.
It is, though, Crowley's political base. But it's, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning a third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing. This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide, that Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations.
3 points.
And the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is to this. This is Crowley is it's quite something. I don't know if where this is going to land, but a lot of places here. He's done a lot better than I think maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
While you did that, I think
Milwaukee.
we just got some Washington. Yeah, now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the wild counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha and maybe a little bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington. I think at least in that third of the vote. But that's the smallest of the wows. If you want to miss your mark a little bit in one of the wows, you would want to do it in Washington. And then Adam is just working on Milwaukee, so we reset that statewide.
Yeah, just looking at Milwaukee, it looks like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so this is pretty even then. And outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, yeah, I think that's
pretty evenly.
Right.
So that's not like I don't know that that's. And remember, I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that.
Guys, this has just dropped to under 3 points now. This has just dropped to under 3 points. She's pulling all of these votes back.
It's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley because, again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. How much? Let's see if we're in a situation where those 25,000 votes loom big late in the night.
This
margin
is so
now
close.
43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it did. And again, Hong goes up. Not opening up here. I think this is the big story.
No, she's opening it up, bro.
We're closing in on half the vote in Dane County. And
she's
Crowley
closing it up.
Is not even, but darn close to it.
No, bro.
With Hong here. And this is the kind of place where, when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number, this is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing, Hong, meanwhile, I think wanted to be getting, I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
If you stick with Dane, in the city of Madison, it looks like we have 28,000 votes. And Hong is winning 47% in Madison, over 34% for Crowley.
And then outside of Madison, Crowley is winning it, I'm guessing.
That sounds right.
So there is a bit of a Madison, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a fascinating race here. Brown County, we're still at 34. Out of gaming, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here for places where we've got new vote that are of substantial size. Washington, 68 in Waukesha. We've seen 43 in Ozaki. We're up here from, I think 18 was the first report. So yeah, and it stayed about level. I think Hong might be up a tick, but it's basically stayed level there. We did say Kenosha could be a bellwether. Now 60%. Hong continues to lead there. Less than 200 votes separating them. Racine, which I think again, this is only 3%, but I expect Crowley to, in these counties right here can bank some margin, and Milwaukee's just fascinating again because that clash between the demographics and between Crowley's political base. So statewide, 38% of the vote. Crowley continues to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state. University campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for
another
her,
Milwaukee update,
and a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to 3/4 of the vote in Milwaukee, and Crowley's gonna So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at 32,000 is our current estimate.
I think most of what's left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. The number that we had, the decision to track down earlier was right about that, yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee, and we think there's about, they call it central count. They take the vote by mail, they take the early vote. It all goes to a central facility just in the city of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of the night. Sometimes it can be very, very late at night. Maybe it's going faster tonight and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card, because you could see Crowley is holding his own here, slightly ahead of Hong in this county. What's that vote by mail going to look like? That's a lot of vote by mail in a place where Crowley's holding his own right now. But a lot of that vote by mail, we say, is going to be cast when he wasn't a candidate, or when he was kind of an afterthought in the polls and other candidates were kind of popping. What's that vote by mail going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong there in Milwaukee County? That's, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take him. I know we got reporters there. Anything you hear from our reporters on that central count, and when we'll hear from it? Crowley,
just that last update from the decision desk on that absentee vote. I think it was about 28,000 was the estimate that we got.
You think about that?
It should be right there.
That's close to everything left, we think, in Milwaukee County, is that central count. In Dane County at 44%. Anything significant just come in while we were talking that through?
Dodge.
Okay, hang on. I just saw. This is small. Why did I think Brown just came in? Okay, Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from zero? Or I think so. Yeah, I don't think we had done a Dodge update. Yeah, Crowley. Again, these are Crowley numbers. I mean, these are like Crowley needs to win this. This is what he needs to be doing here. He's doing it, and that Hong number is low. So yeah, now he's up to 8,000 statewide. And what are the places where Hong would be looking here, as we said, would be like Portage County, Stevens Point. I think that's going to look like this. I think that's going to look. We got another Dane like update. This. We got more Dane. 58. Okay, now that was more friendly to Hong, but only.
Wow.
What was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700. They're up to 60% in Dane County. Okay, and Hong is losing statewide by 6,400 votes with nearly 60% of Dane in. Her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be the idea of this was going to be a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County. This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in. So again, zoom out. I've been processing this and reserving judgment and the possibilities here of the very friendly Hong precincts in Dane and everything.
It's under 2 points.
I mean, that's a lot of vote in Dane County, and that margin there has not opened up the way I think a lot of people expected it was going to. Meanwhile, waiting on central count in Milwaukee. Waukesha just a tick more. Came in since we last checked. Nothing there in Washington. In Ozaki, I think nothing more came in there. We were on Dodge County. We said, yeah, he's hitting his numbers here. Crowley is certainly hitting numbers there. Where else? We have more in Rock County. We're up to 60% here. Walworth County. Yeah, these are, boy, I don't know where Crowley is. Crowley headquarters in Milwaukee. We said Rock Hill was getting excited for Norman. Folks in Milwaukee probably like what they're seeing here in Wisconsin right now. I'll tell you that. And the folks at Hong headquarters have got to be probably pretty nervous here, because this is clearly that late consolidation, that late effort by Evers and the establishment wing to consolidate the establishment behind Crowley. Clearly that took hold here. He has a real chance of winning this thing here. And I think, we'll say, it's for others to do the analysis of key turning points and everything. But these Hong numbers, they're quite low. So far, they're strikingly low in some places compared to where I think demographically she might be doing a little bit better. Which is not to say she's out of this.
I know, Picky.
The range of possibilities at the start of the night was like Hong wins this thing big to Crowley wins this thing narrowly. Okay, and that's now we're so it's as much as I'm saying these numbers for Hong are not what I think her folks were expecting. you're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot here. Because at best, this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best, this
really?
is pointing
Steady
to you winning
medley?
narrowly. At best, if you're Hong, this is pointing to you still winning narrowly. So nothing more in Dane since 58. Brown still 34. I'm just kind of poking around. But Adam, tell me if anything substantial comes in.
It's got some Door County.
We got a little Door, the famous one-time swing county. Yeah, this is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest. The Hong number, though. But this is the resort. This is the everybody vacations in Door County. Some retirees live there. Very beautiful, beautiful place. Higher income, high college degree attainment, and on the older side. That's why you expect it to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, statewide, more than half the vote in. Crowley's margin there sitting at 61-92. Ozaki came in. That Hong number has ticked up a bit. Ozaki, how's it looking compared to Waukesha? They're both looking about the same. That Crowley number ticking down a little in each, huh? That's 69. That's still where it was. Washington 36. So we zoom out. Yeah, it's these numbers. If you're Hong, I say are low, and Crowley kind of hitting just about what he needs to. That again, if you're Hong, that's all undone.
I got a permaban on TikTok.
Can really open up Dane County. So much of that's all undone if you're able to do that. But so far, she's not been able to do that. And so you're looking at these sort of large. The vote is outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County. What do we have here? We got some vote. It's basically a tie in Marathon County. This is when our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low, though. Again, just like that win number statewide is going to be probably about 40%, huh? Where else can we show you here? We got some more. Just go through these counties. Okay, here we go. This is near Superior, Wisconsin is here. Okay. This is one where, this is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this is Superior. Duluth, Minnesota's up here. For this section of Wisconsin, it's pretty good size. Let's just kind of go through and see what else we have vote from. Dunn County, what would each candidate want to see here? I think Crowley would want to win this narrowly, okay? Chippewa County, Taylor, I'm just kind of going through them. Trempalou, we're in the driftless area. I love saying that. This would need to be, Crowley would want to win here. He's doing that. Lacrosse, we got now we're pretty much done in lacrosse, huh? And Hong getting... I think Hong did a little bit better here. And more to the point, the Crowley number is on the lower end here. Hong's getting a number I think that she wants to see, but Crowley, it just means more of the non-Hong vote went to other candidates here as opposed to attaching itself to Crowley. So he wanted his own number to be higher here. And so that's a place where I think that factor we're talking about of votes being cast early, the chaotic nature of the race might have hurt him. We have yet to hear from Winnebago County. Oshkosh is here. We have 2/3 in Outagamie now. We said this could be a swing county. Okay, we said this could be a swing county. Hong is leading there. Yep.
Steve, I'll keep you posted on Wisconsin results. If you want to take a quick detour to Minnesota, we are getting about 12% of the vote there total. Overall, including Dakota County, as reported.
Okay. This is that. We said we expected to be a very slow night in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, running on the left. Angie Craig, the Congresswoman from the Twin Cities area. And yeah, as Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that? Okay, that's about half the vote is from Dakota County. Okay, and it's essentially a tie right there. So if more keeps coming in, we'll keep me posted. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happen here while we were just checking that?
We got 177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60 in. Crowley's leading this thing by 6,600 votes statewide.
We went from having a president that freed slaves to a dictator who shits himself on live television in less than 200 years. I don't think we are that great. The president who freed slaves didn't stop.
We can get you in. We'll get him down here. Fond du Lac just got to post
black people from being
something else
oppressed.
ticked in. It caught my eye right there.
He just changed the model.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. What's happening here? I think we got a little 42, 45, 48. Something's off here.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see the error.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's, folks. This happened in South Carolina too. Sometimes there's these glitches. Data entry glitches, and I think that's what just happened there. Brown, still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more.
Black people freed ourselves. I actually think black people are still oppressed. I think the prison system. Still oppresses black people. Like enslaves black people.
Going up again.
Yep.
What's our Dane?
Dane County.
Huge!
157 total.
Okay, so that's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
Oh, it's almost less than 1 point.
That's the same. Interesting.
And it's also possible.
You mean from chattel slavery?
Updated the statewide number.
Without updating that.
Nah, I understand. But to say that fucking any president was doing black people a solid in the U.S. is crazy.
Margin she's getting
including
a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful. What Adam just said, if the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected vote. This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane. If the election day vote is through the roof,
it's almost less than 1 point now, guys.
This can be adjusted. These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast, as they go from the expected vote to seeing what it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more? Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs. The more votes she can get out of Dane.
Sorry,
again,
Ryan. I understood your
Are there these
point,
precincts where she's just through the roof and opening it up, opening up that margin? So far, that margin has not budged much. You know, she's got it up to 4.5.
Open the main screen, bro. Open the statewide.
I think we were looking at this saying,
open the statewide, buddy.
You know, by double digits. Instead, she finds herself down statewide by 1.5, 6,200 votes behind Crowley, with 3/4 of Dane counted. And I think that becomes a very significant thing, because if we get to a point where Dane is basically done, again, that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if, and she were still trailing Crowley here, things open up for Crowley, because he's still got, places on this map. We're talking about, we'll see. That's central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, he's at 16. Okay, these are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, He's also like the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing. What I'm showing you right here, where Crowley's leading them, and in some cases by very large margins, these add up too. So, you know, if Hong does not get into the lead through Dane County and Madison, right? The other places we're kind of looking here, as I say, La Crosse is basically done. Eau Claire's sitting at 70%. I think she'll do well here in Portage. You know, she is leading currently in Out of Gaming. She is leading currently in Kenosha. I think some more vote has come in there.
Gramble, thank you for the follow.
And we said she did have this. She did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up,
look at it. It's less than a point
outside of her home base. That could be a very tough place for her. 1.2 is the margin now. Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee. We just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay.
Oh.
So now So what's our expected remaining vote in Milwaukee?
Yeah, so that was 17,000 votes, and we have 15,000 currently as our estimated.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the expected vote, it looked like it was just the central count absentee. Nope. Turnout, it looks like higher in Milwaukee County than we thought. And that last update was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton over Crowley. It did cut that margin statewide, but it is still 5,600 votes. That central count number from Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about, now it may be, we may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right? Now this is absentee by mail. This is in-person absentee. Not all of it.
1.2 points.
You know, before this became a Crowley
1.2 points.
He also has the added benefit of this being, you know, Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county. But a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July. And a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls, okay? And a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets
his lead just keeps going down.
You know, if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that he was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant, that is significant there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee's the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there.
Oh my gosh!
We're kind of asking
his
the same
lead
question.
just keeps dropping.
Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more, it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay, yeah. So, and we've got
Rashad, welcome.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well.
His lead keeps going down. His lead keeps going down,
so
though.
We'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide. And let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamey.
Okay. We said this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow. That was if you're Hong, that's a very good update. Whatever just came in there, huh?
Yep.
Now, in fact, can you believe I did not memorize we have one central count in Outagamey, so I don't think that's what it was. But so that brought, okay, so that, for Hong, that
1
knocked the margin
point.
inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamey County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha.
Come on!
Again, we identified 2 of these as potentially bellwethers.
Oh my gosh, I have to pick my son up in the next 30 minutes, but I'll be back, okay? I'm not going right now. I'm going to leave in 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
There yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that vote by mail in Green Bay will come last there. Sorry, I'm just...
How dare you leave us for your child?
Something since I can't on this computer. Sorry about this. Come on now. Okay.
I thought we were your children.
Right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. By the way, again, expected vote was just dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
Damn, guys, it's getting close.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing.
It's getting
Thank you,
close.
Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun.
It's getting so close.
Master of all things technology.
It's 1
He just
point.
got me in here.
It's 1 point, everybody.
Okay. So now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these questions.
How are we your children when you don't mention who is your favorite Bhel Puri guy? Oh, man. I want to eat Bhel Puri on the stream sometime soon.
So we still, we
Imagine.
have 6 counties, 7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them.
You know what we could do? We could make Indian street food at home. And we could do a live stream of Indian street food at home.
Amber
and I.
Waukesha. Where else here? Portage. Yeah. But we have vote there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage, Winnebago.
Oh, Winnebago, right. The big empty one. Okay. These are the counties where there's more than
crap.
10,000 remaining votes.
His lead went up.
There could be a lot more
again.
in Madison. Madison's the biggest single source right now. Dane, 43,000. Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated. This expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the election, of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that is that.
Shall I do a Indian cooking series where Indian food series? Maybe get my mom in and do all sorts of vegetarian dishes.
And now that was if you're home, that was a positive. That was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49-33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000.
Here we go,
everybody! If that kind of clip continues for Hong, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County. We got it. That was a big update, about 15,000 votes.
Yeah.
It was about 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have
by a lot.
Just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment because it has kept going up. But if she won that, if she won the remaining 30,000, let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out to about 4,600 votes. She
The
would
snacky
just
immigrant, nice.
overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then, the next biggest source, we're saying 27,000, say, remaining in Madison. We're saying 27,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Again, that's mail, mostly vote by mail, early vote. That's a huge wild card for the reasons we discussed. We're saying 19,000 just south. That's a 19,000 in Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago. Look, I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between
Guys,
the two
it's
of
getting
them.
really
We
close.
think what there's
it's
we
really
think there's
close.
about 17,000
Hong is winning all of these
there
latest votes,
in
by the way.
Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to
She's
come
cut
right
that
here
lead down
in
by a
Waukesha County.
lot.
Those have clearly been good for Crowley, and we think we have. And in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000. Currently Crowley leading there, but again, they're going to have the same issue in Green Bay that exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing here? Brown, Winnebago. We said 17,000 in Winnebago. I feel like I'm missing a county here, Adam. What else has more than 10,000?
Portage.
Portage has more than is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid, well, of course, that's a Crowley County. It's a precinct. It's a Crowley precinct right now in Portage, because I was going to say, we expect that to be. So, look, 11,000 here. I think this is probably, this on paper is a Hong County, okay? Like, Stevens Point, university town right there, right? Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect. Brown County, the 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee, huge question in Milwaukee with those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number, because I think he's expected to do he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin there sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not all that's left in Brown County. There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley. And then we got 27,000 at least, right, left in Madison. I keep saying Madison. It is Dane County. But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong.
She's cutting that lead.
If it continued to break that way towards her, she could net still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong, you want to close with a huge kick in Dane County. You want there to be.
I think Hong has this.
That turnout number perhaps to go up again and
At
be
least this
big,
lead?
big, a big number for her.
I think Hong can
That's
cut
her
this
biggest,
lead.
That remains her biggest opportunity
Just
on the
in
map.
Dane County.
She wants to squeeze everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net, I don't know, 1,500 votes or something over Crowley. She wants Crowley to, it's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail in Milwaukee or in Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see.
It
She
broke
wins
Hong.
41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. Makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that.
1.1K?
So the theme of this primary season, huge turnout, and it keeps climbing, and that's what keeps happening.
1.1K? What's 1.1K?
This must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still. Just
Was there an update or something?
Show you
it's
that
3.3K.
dynamic that is at work here.
Bunny, it's
So
3.3K.
Calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here. It's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. Clearly something just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County just came in. Again, this number can be
2.3K,
adjusted. It means
everybody.
we may be getting close. And we said this should be a Hong County. Stevens Point, it is. She ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes, we said those counties have more than 10,000 left. Cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point statewide of Crowley. Okay, again, this one, I'd love to see Winnebago. Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well there. So again, this is when I say like Racine, we think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. This thing about, the election day vote being higher. Early precincts look what it looks like. It's based on the sort of demographic benchmarks.
I'll just pick up my son, come back home,
we
and
expected
go
something
live
like
again.
this for Crowley and Racine. So he could squeeze a lot out of here. There's still vote to come here out of Waukesha County, a big one. You see what he's doing there, although it's gotten a little bit closer. I think, the city of Waukesha, Hong might be doing better, and that one is typically reported later here. Washington County, the smaller of them, but still vote to come here. It may benefit Crowley more, although Hong is doing a little better there than expected. Getting close to done in Ozaki County. Still a little bit left there. There are places where Crowley can still move this number up.
Went down again.
And Racine comes to mind at maybe the top of that list at this point.
Okay, the next drop for Dane County, I think will take her into the lead.
What does it look like? The last update we got from here, was like 15,000 votes, and Hong won the update by 15 points. I think 16 points. So are we going to get another one of those updates?
Yeah.
If it does,
I think so.
If another one of those updates were to come in right now, we'd be essentially tied statewide. But is that how it's going to break? Because Adam is saying there's this big divide from the city of Madison versus the outlying parts of Dane County. And
come on, Dane County.
They're running very differently in those places. Do we have a sense here between the two, what the breakdown is of what's left?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking before that last update, and it was about even from the break, and we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong. So I think it was probably from Madison. Yeah. But I can take a look.
Yeah, if we just have a general.
This is getting very
versus
close,
if
guys.
it's disproportionately outside of Madison. I do know some of these cities have tended to report a little bit later. So if it is, obviously Hong wants it to be from the Madison side. But if it is, she's got room to boost that. We're saying kind of going in, she wants double digits out of Dane. It'd been 2, 3, 4. She's got it up basically to 6 now. If there's a lot more Madison to come, and that expected vote goes up again, there's still a chance.
Does he have a comb over?
She could get that margin up closer to where we thought going in. She needs it to be.
Who, Deb?
But look,
who are you talking about?
Bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind
She's got
statewide
it.
right now.
I think she's got it.
And we're
I
giving
think
you a
she
sense
has
here
it, folks.
of the, the obvious opportunities for each candidate.
I
that
think
exist
there's
on the
five
map. I'm just
to
looking
6,000 votes
kind of
from Dane
back in
County
here at
still
remaining,
for Hong.
We're at 760. Our statewide.
I think she's got it.
Expected vote sits at 767,000. Dane remains the biggest single outstanding source of votes. Milwaukee second with, again, how many times have I said? I think it's that vote by mail that's left, but we've seen that our estimate for we've revised several times our estimate of that total
Dane
vote
County
up. It's going up.
She has another 5 to 6K
so
votes to
it
come
may
her
not be
way.
just vote by mail that's left from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine, yeah.
In Dane, it's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of Madison.
That's useful. That's useful. So, right, and again, inside, it's a very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside of it. What just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Oneida was the most recent one.
Okay, but nothing from. So yeah, again, this is happening to. Small. He's not even sweeping like. Oh, this is small share. 13. 4%. This was. We thought we earlier we thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now, it turns out, as that expected vote's been revised. And so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting, making this county look a lot different than it did.
This is so close.
When we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. It's 100 votes in Polk. So, it does add up if these all
give
fill
us the Dane.
And Crowley, we're talking about a race
early
right
voting
now.
results.
No. By 2,200
this
votes
is
statewide. So if these northern counties are small, but collectively, if this becomes a block for Crowley, and he's winning them by so we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the whoa.
Got another Dane.
Oh! Look what just happened. So how many votes just came in Dane?
10,600.
What was the break?
Oh, she's gonna
do it. Broke for Hong 50 to 33.
It got to be Madison. Another one of those big updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly, look at that. Look what that does statewide. 575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally over Francesca Hong, with huge variable here. It says 90. We are trying to. These can be moving targets, and if there could be more, and that's a huge question right now, because if there's more, and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide, and what we saw in the update before that, those two updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 4,000 or 5,000 range and brought it down to this. So if we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane County, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported. So still 60-something precincts with vote to come.
Yeah, and again, the number of votes too could go up. I mean, I feel we've seen this in elections in Wisconsin before, where Dane, there's just more.
My
and you get to the
gosh.
end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
We are up to 768,000 statewide as well as our expected vote.
Yep.
That ticked up from our last update.
Yep. So, we're saying our system here is now saying 17,000 expected left out of Dane.
Wow.
But, I say take that under advisement. There could be more. But if there is 17,000 left
that's
Dane.
it. That's Hong. It's
and
Hong.
if Hong won it by the margin,
It's
she
Hong.
just won that.
It's Hong. It's the Hong dynasty, folks.
Update by.
It's the Hong dynasty.
It would amount to.
Yeah. It's 560 votes. She's got another 4,000 votes, 3,000 to 4,000 votes.
She would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now, I don't know that it's all going to look like that because, again, some of this is outside of Madison.
Yeah, she doesn't even have to net that much.
But there certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is, I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's this is the top of the list.
On-screen celebration.
Racine County.
Thank you.
I think this is a place where Crowley is going to,
Bop and
if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, even I'm
the
just gonna
problem
look kind of through the
the thing is, can Crowley shut down the 3,000 votes that are going to go to Hong? Are you doing a longer live? Auntie Wash, I'm going to have to pick up my son and then come back home.
Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I'll flag you when that comes in.
In St. Croix, now I think this is very interesting. Here, I think our benchmarks, I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St. Croix than this. This is bedroom community, you could just see it, bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide, Crowley 773. But
he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. I don't think he has it.
What else?
I don't think he has it.
So, yeah. So much of this is, gosh, is it more than 10% remaining here? Is it very heavily pro-Hong? What on earth will the central count absentee look like in Milwaukee? How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits? We think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine.
Yep.
If Crowley wins it by 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do that? Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much? Those are the opportunities for him. Fill in the rest of the WOW counties, Racine County. It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin with what's left there? Can he kind of sweep the, most of the very, very small rural counties in like northern Wisconsin and through the driftless area that collectively could add up to a couple thousand? He just got a sizable update somewhere. Where was that? Can you?
Yeah, Washington County, we got 2,500 votes, and he nets about 200 votes or so.
Okay, yep. This is one of the WOW, the smallest of the WOWs. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean, there are a fairly spread out geographically number of places on the map where I can see Crowley, and I think he just, look. Yeah, okay, Iron County, small, northern Wisconsin. I think we had a few votes. I think this was Hong's shade of blue earlier. I'm not going to make much of it, but it's 15. But again, I just like, if he wins the Iron Counties of the world, by 50 to 100 votes and, sweeps 20, you see what I'm saying? How that does ultimately add up in a race like this. So I could just see collectively in sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the driftless area, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up, not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County, and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County. Looks like we got a little bit more of an update there. It was friendly for Crowley. These are all places where we're talking on the order of hundreds of votes, maybe in the case of Racine, thousands.
What the heck?
He could pad this much. Whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
Yes.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right? And he gets 1,763. So not necessarily all of it. This is where we check. We find out, is it higher? But this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. That's exactly, it's pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say. But
no, guys.
If you're Hong,
it's still not enough.
You're saying, okay, you just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot, Crowley? 2930. He's got something else. What else just came in?
We got an Iowa update. We got Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again, just small. But this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
Jackson.
Okay, yeah, small and right. He is, but it is like he gained some votes here, gained some votes up here, he gained some votes down here. The opportunities for Hong are much, much more concentrated, right? She is leading in Kenosha. Now, Kenosha, we should say, city of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another Outagamie update.
Early in person. Okay, Outagamie, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
She won by then dozens of votes, we're saying.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
30
yeah,
votes.
we're just at this point. It's not. I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so. But he just got something else because it went from 29 to 3,100. What else just?
Yes, Wapaka, he netted 100 votes.
Yeah.
And Sean O, he net 6 votes.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is where they start to add up. You know, you're in a race that was down to 500 votes a little while ago. I think 594, was that as close as it got? And
something just
Crowley, what just came in now? See how it just ticks up like this?
We got we got a Dane update. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay.
But we got Dane.
We got Dane.
Okay,
let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong, 1,868. Crowley, 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point, because that's not 1830, 915. It's 60-40. No, okay, that's, yep. So
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I got to say,
it's Madison.
It's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in as a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small, you know, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one. La Crosse, it's the college. Eau Claire, college. Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail. But there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Yes.
That is for her. You're close to that. Might be it in Wood. And she ends up on top there, right? I think that just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be-all and end-all, but But again, by and large,
the problem is he has a limited number. Like all these, whatever's left is very small for him. Whatever's left for Hong is huge. So I honestly think there are two states here. This one here, under I can't remember what that name is, but there's about 11,000 votes in here, and Madison still has like 14,000 votes. I think Hong takes this.
Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago
there you go.
update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could
big.
Be anything.
That's
but
big.
This is a big piece of real estate, and if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper, bit of a toss-up. There's Hong doing very well in Outagamie, but she needs places. Yeah, she needs given that Crowley, and there's still a lot, those small places, there's still a lot to come, that just every time you get an update, it's going to So what does Hong have to work against that? She's got potentially more votes here, certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago. La Crosse, there's still some more here, but again, she's, there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin? Let me look at it this way.
I think there's 4,000 more votes for Hong. 4,000. That's what it's looking like. There's 4,000 more votes for Hong.
Our expected vote looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places.
Yeah, let's rate somebody. Shall we rate Hassan? I'll rate Hassan.
We think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County.
I'll rate Hassan.
And where else do we have? Colombia's got, we think there's like 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break of what's left?
Okay, guys, I'll be back. I'll be back in probably 30.
Right now.
35 minutes.
Let me see how much vote is in so far.
Stupid, sexy
it's only a
Hassan.
scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. This should be. I think this is.
Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go. Hassan. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Here we go.
He's supposed to clean
in 3,
Milwaukee. That's
2,
where he operates. That's
1.
His area of
Let's
operation.
go.
That's where a big
Enjoy.
chunk of the
I'll be back
black
soon.
voters are as well. And I guess it's the establishment failing to consolidate around the right candidate. Yeah, no idea what'll happen, but I'd remind that the initial talk was El Sayed won wealthy counties of white people, and what we actually saw was he won middle-income counties, and the racial divide was more of a generational divide, so let's be careful. Yeah, no, that's precisely what's going to happen here as well, I think.
Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, there's, because on paper these are. If you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from the time when Crowley was just,
Guys, Thanksgiving Gate is not as consequential as you think it is, please. Okay? No. I'm giving you the weighted, adjusted, take of all takes.